Welcome all to the Audit, Risk and Finance meeting. Go to the agenda. Under apologies, I have received apologies from Councillor Matt Laurie. Thank you. Thank you. All those in favour of accepting that, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. No change to the order of business, but you will note, just for information on the sheet in front of you, that there has been an issue between the soft copy and the hard copy page numbers. So depending on which one you're looking at, the page numbers are listed here to try and assist with any confusion that might arise from page numbers. Interest register, are there any changes to the interest register that need to be recorded, or any items relating to this particular agenda that need to be noted? Thank you. We don't have a public forum, so we'll go to confirmation of the minutes of the 23rd of February. Are there any suggested changes, alterations to those minutes? If not, would somebody move that those minutes be received? Thank you, Mr. Murray. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. My chairperson's report is there. I'll take that as read, but just highlight the fact that what I've tried to highlight there is that there's going to be an ongoing period of uncertainty, I think, is going to become the norm with some of the various changes and things that are happening on both the national scale and, of course, locally in relation to various of the ongoing challenges. And I think it's just worth noting that this subcommittee in particular, is one where it makes sense for us to be reasonably alert to things that are happening in that space, and where possible being proactive to address those. And I think that that's important as we go through looking at things like our risk register, and the process around that, and we'll come to that when we've got the offices up. But also, I think in a number of areas, important for us to make sure that we are aware of what some of those concerns and changes may be, and that we are being as proactive as we possibly can. And then the last point I make in my board report is just acknowledging the appointment of an EB representative to this subcommittee, which will occur in due course, and look forward to welcoming that nominated person when that time arises. Are there any questions arising from my report? If not, I move that my report be received. Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, I just wanted to note also the repeal of the RMA, and the 3 pieces of legislation that are going to change that is another significant change for the organisation, and of course puts significant, I guess, a continual stress, but also that continuing monitoring of, what's our work program doing, and being able to respond, because those 3 pieces of legislation, there'll be significant staff time going into responding to those drafts, and yeah, that also will massively impact our organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Edgar. I agree. I think that's another example. I didn't try and provide an exhaustive list because it'll be out of date by the time we got here today, I think, but with the way things are moving. But I think you highlight a key point there, that one of the major risks that we need to observe is going to be resource availability, both human resource, skill resource, and also some of the potential disruption to supply chain and issues like that, which are going to be ongoing for some time. Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report. I suppose I have a question just in terms of managing change and managing risk around change, and I'm interested in your thoughts on best practice change management and how we make sure that we're implementing, the right messaging, the right processes, the right systems for being on the front foot for change management. Is that something that you think we should be turning our mind to as this committee, or do you any thoughts in relation to your report?
Yes, I think it is, and I think it's sort of fundamentally, what was behind my report, Rachel, in terms of how is it that we respond to these things, and I think how we keep issues alive and good change management. It depends on the circumstances of the change. Change management within a major project is a very formal process that should be accompanied by impact analyses and variations to timeframes, variations to costs, etc. But I think in terms of some of the broader scale of these, I think why I mentioned risk particularly, I think how we go about changing the risk items that we monitor at a high level. Obviously, we rely heavily on officers to monitor risk at their operating level. But I think how we monitor risk in terms of are they still the right risks, and are the changes that are being made to those risks being appropriately done, so it doesn't become just a review and a tick-off type process, which is fine for a number of them for quite a period. But I think it's something, and when we get Mr. Logan up here, will be the opportunity to have a chat. And Chris and I have had some discussions about a process going forward around a timely process for us to re-look at where our risks are currently. And I think that'll be an opportunity as well to look at the process around both escalation and management of those risks. So, yeah, I think it is something we should keep very live as a result of this. There's nothing further. Report's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you.
Was that report seconded, Mr. Chair? Just out of, I believed it was moved, but I'm not sure it was seconded. So it was seconded.
Okay, so we move to item 7, the Audit New Zealand audit plan, and I think we're having Mr. Mackey join us on Zoom. Is he? Ask and you shall receive. Good morning, John. Hello, John, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
I'm just unmuting. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now too. So welcome, John. And welcome to the table. And will you take us through the report? And
so through the chair, I'll take the report as read. There have been no changes. And as you can see, our auditor, John Mackey, is here to answer questions, and I'm also happy to answer any questions.
okay. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've got a number of questions. So the first one is, where should audit risk and finance be as part of the long-term plan process and an annual plan process? Just when we look at, because there was, comment on reporting to committees and things like that. And frequently we're at the end of a process, but I also would have thought audit risk and finance should be actually near the start of the process as well. And so are we going to look at that?
So through the chair,
if we're talking about the annual report, this is the start of the process. This is setting what the audit plan will be for the annual report that's coming up. The
And so
draft
sort of
annual
broader.
report comes to the next Audit, Risk and Finance Subcommittee in early September. There's an additional meeting to consider the draft annual report at that point in time. So this is really just setting the plan for the annual report and allows the subcommittee to give feedback.
And I guess I just had a broader about, you know, where do we fit in annual plans and LTPs as well. And I guess that's just one for, you know, future consideration as well. So just on the audit plan, just wondering if Audit New Zealand look at council progress against resolutions. You know, so councils resolve certain work programs because we do have some things that get delayed or, you know, so there's not necessarily any work progress on them. So is there a check against resolutions and progress on those or reasons for those delays?
So through the chair, I believe they read all of our resolutions from the prior year, but maybe John Mackey, you'd like to respond?
So I audit on behalf of the Audit General, and you've got two parts to the audit opinion that we have. One is on the financial statements, the other is on your performance information. So we're checking to see that that information is materially accurate. What we do is review your progress with your capital program to see whether the level of carry forwards, whether there's an issue that your capital work in progress, what you're recognising as an asset, whether that all is genuinely an asset. But in terms of whether the council is delivering on specific resolutions, we don't look at that. We do look at how you report against your key performance measures. So the focus is against your key performance measures, which should reflect your levels of service that you're proposing to deliver to your community. But as regards specific resolutions and seeing how NCC is actually delivering on them, we don't do that systematically.
Okay, thank you. And just in relation to our other entities within our broader group, so last year we had, I guess, a little bit of a surprise delay that happened because of one of the other entities, because there's different auditors. What processes are in place to try and eliminate or reduce any delays because of other entities or other things that come up with those other entities?
Who wants to take that one?
It was
Yeah,
for John.
John, I think probably that's best coming from you. What steps need to be taken to avoid those delays?
So I'll take two steps back. Is that how Audit New Zealand resource our audits? We recognise which audits are dependent on others. So where you've got a group situation, then for Nelson City Council, we need to ensure that we're going to get the information for Port Nelson, Nelson Airport and Nelmac. So the audit's planned that way. I and the audit manager liaise with the appointed auditor and audit manager for those entities. The delays last year were due to COVID-19 and some other issues, and so they weren't audit-generated issues. The COVID-19, generally, there was some audit requirements on that, but that was not the only thing that drove that.
Any further questions, Councillor Edgar? No. Other questions? Mr. Murray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peters. I suppose, good morning, John. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I suppose in underneath Councillor Eager's question, and if I could just elaborate on that, is this council has no appetite for not meeting its statutory deadline, and we would be expecting that our audit opinion and audited accounts are signed off within the statutory timeframe, which is sitting in underneath us. And I suppose the working conversation between ourselves and you is that these issues need to be resolved relatively quickly and in a timely fashion so that we can all meet our deadlines. And so we're sort of saying, I think, is that what can we do to help you or help us or help everybody? Is there anything we can do at our end to ensure that those deadlines are met? Because that's certainly our intention here.
So Nelson City is in a compared to many of your peers, is in a good position in terms of the progress with the audit. We've substantially completed the interim audit. We've completed our planning. I've been in contact with the appointed auditors for the key components of the group. And I've been liaising with management and staff over what's required, and things are progressing as well at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So that dovetails into the timetable that appears on our page 39, page 17 of your letter. And I note there that the dates in October have got X's next to them. Are we able to firm up those dates?
Well, what's the commitment that the Audit New Zealand has made is that we will ensure that you meet your 31 October statutory deadline. The Office of the Auditor General, or the Auditor General, set of priorities on audits. There's constraints not on audit resource, and so he has had to prioritise. So within those constraints, we're working to ensure that you adopt by 31 October, and we're trying to make sure we work to the council meeting you've got set. But I can't put my hand on my heart and say that date will definitely, the council meeting date will definitely be met. We're planning and we've resourced on that basis. But if higher priority audits require staff, I need to fall into line with what the Auditor General's priorities are.
So just thinking a wee bit forward on that then, say in a worst case scenario, we don't meet that date of 31 October, will that mean that we will be qualified on the basis of not meeting our statutory deadline in that scenario?
No. If you don't meet your statutory deadline, is that the audit you would need to self-disclose in the notes to the financial statements that you didn't meet that date, and you would explain why. And if it's our problem, then you quite rightly sheet that home to us. What happens normally is that the Auditor General reports to Parliament annually on the audits of local government, and he lists the councils that don't meet their statutory deadline. But if it was the situation that it was caused by us, then that would not be, Nelson City would not be called out.
Thank you. Okay, so I was just having a look on page 45 of our agenda, page 2 of your secondary letter around the audit fees. And I was just having a bit of a scratch in my head around some of the numbers that sort of appear through this part of the agenda today. I see that in the 2020 year, this is on page 2, page 45 of our agenda, that the budget for the audit was 1030 hours in total, but it actually took 1739, some 700 odd hours more than what was in the budget. But yet for 2021, you've gone back to proposing 1030. Now, I suppose that I was trying to reconcile those numbers with the numbers that appeared on page 48, which was the actual fee being charged. And there's a comment in there that says that the actual audit fees was 124,000, but then that's on page 48. My apologies for jumping around. But then your cost of that was 282,000 or 283,000, which is quite significantly different. And then it goes that you've eliminated any audit inefficiencies. So am I right?
No, excuse me. It says these costs have not been adjusted to eliminate.
Yes, yeah, sorry, appreciate that. So I suppose I'm just trying to get a little bit of context on the mix between what the real audit hours are to do the audit in a real sense versus the total including audit efficiencies, and whether the number that we're looking for as an audit fee at the end of the day is actually 283, but yet we're being charged 124,000. And so I'm just trying to fill that through. And then the next question that follows on from that is, if we're in Nelson City Council, I suppose, creating inefficiencies, what can we do to remove those inefficiencies at this end for you?
So in the fee letter, on the background to the fee increases, in the third paragraph there is it's got the estimated cost of an efficient audit on a full recovery basis for Nelson City for the 2020-21 year is in the range of $180,000 to $190,000. So that's if we resource it with the right mix and do everything as we should, no hiccups, then that's what we estimate the fee is. So average of that is 185 compared to a fee of where was it? 124.
Okay, or 135. Is it 124 or 135?
124.
Okay, so if I'm looking at that, then 124 to 185, about 60k is our inefficiency, and the difference between the 185 and the 282 is audit inefficiency.
The 60,000 difference between the 185 and the 125, call it rounded, is that the fees haven't over the last 10 years haven't reflected the increased costs of audit, which have all included increased requirements on what we need to do to perform the audit. So there's been 10 years of where the requirement of what's needed for an audit have substantially increased. The fees have not moved in that direction. So it's in terms of last year got disrupted by COVID and there was additional issues that came up. But if you're looking forward at this year for 2020-21, we've been working with management and the teams. We've performed the interim audit. That went well. We did it in substantially less time than last year, and that's to the credit of the people involved at Nelson City, and we thank them for it. We've planned and we're working, so we believe that we can achieve an audit for 185 if we line everything else, everything up correctly from our side and from Nelson City's.
Okay, Thank you for that. I suppose the comment on the end of that is if there's anything that we can do at our end to assist in that process and make it more efficient from your end, then we'd certainly be open to hearing as to what that is and how we can work through that to make it more efficient.
So just note there, Nelson City came on board. Audit New Zealand has got a new tool for sharing files electronically, and that has security in it, so that both Nelson City and at Audit New Zealand we can put security requirements on the file. So if it's confidential information, you can limit who sees it, but it enables both Nelson City and Audit New Zealand to see what information's needed, what's being provided. We can also more efficiently from Audit New Zealand side, our staff can see that information's been received, so that a different auditor doesn't go and ask the same person for the same information twice. So Nelson's adopted that, and that worked well for the interim audit. They'll be in place for the final audit and for the LTP final audit, so that's been great. Nelson staff have been proactive in trying to make sure everything's been delivered as required, and have made themselves available to me and the audit team.
Great, that's excellent. One more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mackey, for that. That's good, and always keen for some open lines of communication around that. Just a final question. Later on in the agenda, we're considering the internal audit plan. As you all know, we've got an internal audit function running inside the City Council. I just wondered if from your perspective, there's any particular items on your radar that perhaps internally we could put more emphasis on?
Well, I hadn't been prepared for that question, so there's nothing top of mind at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Well, if something comes up, you can always communicate with Mr. Peters, and we'll move it through from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Just before I go to Councillor Edgar, but just relevant to the questions, Mr. Murray, that you asked. Mr. Mackey, I just, as you were talking there around the timeframes and the related fees, I was just trying to reconcile that with part of the accompanying report that says the additional hours required since the last review are 19 weeks compared to 14 previously. I mean, that's a very significant amount of additional on-site time. And I had also understood that the 14 weeks included some special, because of COVID, that there was actually some more challenging things to go through. That's almost sort of a 30% increase, Mr. Mackey, in terms of the on-site time. Is there a particular reason for that, and how does that sort of reconcile to those questions around efficiencies and the 185 versus the 124?
So what you've got is that the time taken for last year's audit, as Mr. Murray noted, was over 1,700 hours. What we budgeted, what we work out that we can do an efficient audit for without additional, doing an efficient audit based on what we know are the requirements is 1,030 hours, but the fee of 124,600 does not equate. The 1,030 hours is far more than the 1,030 hours equates to the 185,000, not to the 124,600. So getting back to what I mentioned earlier, is that the amount of audit work required, because auditing standards have changed and the bar has gone up, and how auditors are measured against that, what level of compliance we have to achieve with those, has gone up accounting standards have got more complex, so that we actually had to do significantly more work, but that was not built into the fee over the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mackey. Councillor Edgar.
Sorry, I also had a question on the fees. So can you just clarify, it says, noting we're still to receive approval to negotiate an additional fee recovery. Who do you get approval from to do that?
Right. So it's approval to negotiate with you. So I perform the audit on behalf of the Auditor General, so that the fees that get charged by the appointed auditors or the audit service providers have to be approved by the Office of the Auditor General. And so if we're seeking a fee recovery, we have to provide the justification to the Auditor General, who then looks at it. So they will go and talk to their local government sector team. They will talk to their audit and quality team to see that is the request to negotiate reasonable or not reasonable.
And just a question around timing, because the audit was finished, I don't know, I think roughly 7 months ago. And so do we anticipate this happening within this financial year? It just feels hard for us to budget for something that
Right.
we don't know what it might be or when it might happen.
Okay. So the audit opinion was signed on the Friday, in the week before Christmas. Well, just over a week before Christmas last year. And the reporting and relative to the audit wasn't happened in this year, so it's not 7 months ago. But yes, the process to get it approved has not been as timely as it should have. So we've been juggling priorities.
Okay, and then just a question for staff. So do we have an allowance for this in our budgets for this financial year?
Through the chair, yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Any other questions relating to this? Before I go to the recommendations, Mr. Mackey, is there anything further you wanted to say around relevant to this discussion, relevant to last year's or this coming year's audit?
Right. Just that the report on to the council on the consultation document audit has been drafted and is with management for comment at the moment. So there's a couple of recommendations on asset management, and it just outlines the process that needs to be followed so that we have a smooth audit for the final LTP. But management's aware of those, of what's needed for the audit of the final LTP, and is working with us on that. And you'll receive the report in due course. But there's nothing in it that what I didn't outline briefly when council adopted the CD for consultation.
Oh, sorry. Switch my mic back on. Thank you, Mr. Mackey. So I note that this year there isn't an audit engagement letter to sign. It was all enclosed in the previous one. So the only thing to sign at this point is, in due course, the acceptance of the fees. So is there any further comment on this, that any guidance we can give to or that the mayor needs to take into account before being asked to sign that letter?
So what the fee proposal was based on what happened last year. The Auditor General made the decision that because councils were facing challenges as a result of COVID-19, it was not reasonable to seek to a substantial fee increase. So that was only 1.5% last year, which in fact compounded the issue. But yes, so it's in the fee letter, the points supporting it.
Thank you. So if there's nothing further on that, would somebody move that the annual audit plan, the audit plan for the year ending 30th of June be received, and that note that the subcommittee can provide feedback on that, and the mayor can sign that letter as per there. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Sensen, thank you. Is there any further debate? If not, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Good to see you.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 8, Health and Safety Wellbeing Report, and welcome Mr. Hughes to the table. Morning, welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
So, hand the report over to you for any updates or highlights before I open it up for questions from the committee.
So just an update from, through the chair, I have an update since this reporting period. We just had an incident in April where a cultural monitoring contractor fell through the seawall barrier while they were working there and received moderate injuries, a hairline fracture to an upper arm. And so there's some significant findings out of that. And then we also had some questions from Councillor Edgar, which I can answer here. So the first one was regarding the protest which blocked access to the building. Was it considered a risk? So the risk to building occupants was minimal because we still had access through the rear entrance in the courtyard there that wasn't barricaded. However, the decision was made to close the building because there wasn't enough exits to comply with the building code, essentially around the fire exit regulations. Do we on section 1.5, which is the charts on the sick leave and versus the flu tracking data? The question there was, do we know if it's stress related? So our data is all the sick leave taken, and the national flu tracking data is only flu-like symptoms. So any reduction due to the COVID controls will not be as marked in our data. And we don't have anything that indicates it's stress related. However, there's anecdotal evidence that stress is contributing to it, but there'll be a number of other things contributing possibly as well. And 2.6 in the attachment is the emerging risk that the section that I've added, which is what I was going to highlight anyway. Some questions there. As a fresh assessment of the on-site risks and hazards being undertaken. Yeah, absolutely, that's part of the plan. We have a good understanding of the risks through industry knowledge and our understanding of the previous operation at the marina by the contractor. The worker engagement due to the timing is a little bit of a challenge because we'll be starting operations very soon after the staff come on board. So but we have a plan with the induction to work through some of that. And I guess the big challenge more for affecting this committee is how we report the risks. Because there's a number of critical health and safety risks from this operation that were previously captured under contractor management or contractor oversight that now become staff risks. And so we're just working through how to include those in reporting. So that's what the emerging risk report, that new section is just the way that I've captured that in the meantime as an interim. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. So open it up for questions, other questions on the Health, Safety and Wellbeing report. Mr. Murray.
Apologies, Mayor. Just a question, Mr. Hughes. I think it's worth a discussion. It's not a question per se for Mr. Hughes directly, but I just, in context with the marina as an emerging risk, I just wondered where that discussion fitted with the Strategic Development Property Committee that has oversight of the marina. And I suppose just a concern that potentially there might be decisions being made by that committee that aren't in context with this emerging risk, and how we can connect those dots, because I think it's a dot connecting exercise as opposed to a problem per se. Because I would have thought that well, I suppose discussion in other sectors is around governance of these operations and whether there should be more direct and more consistent oversight of these things on a regular basis. Is probably where I'm going to with that. Because I also note that there's a couple of security incidences at the Brook Valley holiday park, and that's certainly news to me. And as a committee member of the SDMP, I would have thought that was up there as one of the issues for that committee to be concerned with. So that's really a bit of a ponderous question about the information flows and where they connect with the various committees with responsibilities for these things.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I mean, I think that's a good question, and I think as the structure within council evolves and the expansion of various activities, it's a valid question to ask how, you know, we have sort of instituted, for instance, the financial report now going to each committee. That was instituted last term or the term before, whereas before it really just stayed with this committee. It begs the question as to whether something like health and safety and well-being has also got a relevance across those committee divides in a way that has a subset being made available to those committees, because there is a relevance in terms of what you're saying there, and it's perhaps that's something that maybe through the chief executive we can look at how that information is made available without significant additional impost on staff, as to how subsets of that information, in the same way as the finance stuff goes to committees, perhaps some of the other cross generic information can also be shared.
So at the moment, this is our main reporting mechanism for health and safety risk. We don't routinely report incidents or risks to committees. If there was an issue that required governance attention, required funding to address, then we do. And one of the ones that came up through the long-term plan was we needed some money to start resurfacing some of the pontoons at the marina, because the new manager, looking with a sharper set of eyes, has decided this is work that can't wait. So one of the things that doesn't help us in terms of efficiency is reporting everything twice and having two discussions on everything. But if the council wants us to report it to the committees and have another round of conversations, I suppose we can do that. But I'm not sure that we would gain that much value out of it.
I think information is really wasted, but my understanding is I don't attend now any committees that receive a financial subset, such as the infrastructure or recreation committees that receive a subset of the financials. Does that require the attendance of Ms. Harrison or Ms. Knox or somebody to talk that through, or is it provided purely for information and it can be an extract of the quarterly, the organisational or the corporate report that we get? I'm just wondering how that works and whether, because I agree with you, Chief Executive, we don't want to duplicate the reports. But I'm just wondering if there is a subset that can be provided for information this has happened, and then any escalation, any issues of that can come back through this committee. It's just something about how, as members, Mr. Murray has said, as a member of that committee, not aware of incidents happening at the Brook, not aware of incidents potentially happening at the marina. It's, as I said, without an impost on staff, if it can be done in the same way as a half page, like the financial report, why wouldn't we do it? I don't know. Is there any further comment on that? Are we making a mountain out of a molehill here, or Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the reasons that we wanted to establish this committee as a subcommittee of council was actually to bring health and safety closer to council. And so I think a more effective way for, highlighting health and safety is where there are both specifics and generalities. So you'd be wanting to see some trend issues. The individual issues would normally be made, chair of a committee would normally be made aware of them, even if they're an operational matter. Then if there's an incident in an area where you've got a delegation, most likely I would get an email just to make me aware of that, as the chair would be. And I think that's actually a good practice, because it's a live issue. It means if questions come to us, we know there's something, we know that it's in hand. But in terms of the sort of general, what are we seeing across the board? What is the chair of this committee? Are you picking up from these reports? Are there any trends that council should be aware of? Then I actually think it would be better that we actually made, a couple of times a year, we actually brought that into the council meeting for a conversation around health and safety generally. So because I do think the charter, in terms of the charter, we were sitting with the policy, the conversation should be happening here to make sure we've got the right controls and responses to those issues. If we feel there was something that was developing as a particular area of focus, then I would expect that to be the subject at a committee meeting. And I think what Pat's just said in terms of the marina, yes, it has been, and the chair of that committee is aware of the health and safety issue. She's been for a walk around. She's been across the marina. The officers have pointed it all out, gone through that, so that she was able to support a funding request through the long-term plan. So I think, from my perspective, that's working quite well. It's more the general, if we're starting to see some general issues that are arising, or there are matters that you as audit chair are looking at, thinking, I'm not seeing sufficient responses from a governance level, then that's where I prefer you went up to council to have that conversation. And then it's just, it captures everything at once. It means you've got the whole, rather than a duplication process through the individual committee reporting.
Thank you. No, I think that's a useful discussion. I certainly wasn't wanting to dilute the role of this committee in any way, but merely share that outcome. So if you're happy to see it in that way, then perhaps
I think
doing
so.
that. Thank you.
I just had a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. I'm just in the process of talking about the charter, and I've been busy hunting away trying to find the latest version of the charter, which I just want to go to page 62, and that's where we've got the due diligence targets set out in there. And Malcolm, I just want to check, am I heading to the right place? So the charter's referenced at the start of this document. So I haven't got a number for it, but I think I'm going to track it down because it gets quite regular review. So on page 52, we talk about council's health and safety governance charter states that council will receive quarterly reports, etc. And then are those due diligence targets, are they nested within the charter? Is that where I'd find them? Yes. So if I go and pull up the charter document, and that's getting reviewed is it on an annual basis? And have those targets been reviewed, or when were they last reviewed? So it's
sorry, through the chair, they were last reviewed. It was 20. Sorry, I can't remember exactly whether it was. Yeah, I think it was last year. I'm pretty sure it was last year. Yeah, last year we reviewed them. We actually put them into the charter last year, and I can't remember exactly what the plan is for review of those targets. But I think there's something around discussion with the chair. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll have to check myself. Yeah.
It's just if I'm trying to just track when I'm seeing targets and performance measures, I just want to know what the source document is for when I'm looking at those, and so I'm thinking that it will be in the charter, and I just wanted to confirm that.
Through the chair, I've just had an update. Apparently September we're reviewing those targets.
Oh, okay, great.
It was reviewed last September.
Last September, that's okay,
sorry.
Great, thank you.
Yes, I do know it has been done in this term, so it probably be worth looking at it again in September of this year. Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm looking at page 57, 1.3. Under security, the table there, it says a number of the library security incidents continue to involve youth and include breach of trespass notices. So I was just wondering what our kind of understanding of the nature of those trespassers was, what, you know, maybe the cause, and whether council is undertaking any kind of consideration of treatment, or, you know, what the, basically why we're trespassing youth from the library, what, you know, what are the kind of maybe if there's any greater issue behind it, you know, what council maybe should be looking at, what kind of treatment or you know, appropriate response council should be looking at it. Is it a function of insufficient youth facilities in the city? Is it something else? I just wondered if we have any understanding of that and what our kind of response to it is as an organisation.
Through the chair, I can at least answer that initially. Chief Executive might want to add something afterwards. But I guess the first point is trespassing of anyone, and especially youth, from the library is something that we don't take lightly, and we only do it as a last resort when we need it to manage the behaviour. What trespassing someone under Section 4 of the Trespass Act does, it gives us a very good tool where the police can arrest or remove someone without them needing to have committed another offence. So that's where it comes in useful. And in some cases, people treat it quite seriously. With the incidents in the library, there's a couple of things were going on over this reporting period. One was a number of youth gathering in that pop-up park and then that spilling over into the library and causing problems, particularly during school holiday periods. But the ones, particularly the recent ones where it's breach of trespass notices, mainly involve two youths who are actually brothers, and I know that library staff have been involved with contacting services around that. They're aware of a not such a good home situation. In fact, when they do, the thing that makes these kids the most scared or upset is telling that their parents will find out. So there's some issues going on. But yeah, library staff do a very good job of actually dealing with that. I think that answers the question from me anyway.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Malcolm. I think it just, John Murray's question before about how we kind of look at this information and what, how that flows through to different areas of the organisation. I just wonder whether this item is another one where, you know, what kind of approach are we taking to looking at what the needs for youth spaces are in the community, you know, and is that flowing through really? And it doesn't need an answer now. I just really want to kind of make sure that there is kind of some joined up thinking in that.
Thank you. Chief Executive.
So the Stoke Youth Park, for example, that's a response to some of the issues we're having outside the Stoke Library to try and give youth somewhere else to go. I see the health and safety reports, and I can tell you that the librarians are incredibly patient. You know, it takes an awful lot for them to issue a trespass notice. But once the trespass notice is delivered, if the youths come back, normally the reminder they have been trespassed, and if they don't leave, we'll call the police is enough to get them to leave. But they are persistent offenders, they're disruptive offenders, they're disrupting the other library patrons as well and making them feel frightened and uncomfortable. All part of that spatial plan for the city centre is about making the city centre a more attractive place for every section of the community, and that's, I know, something that Alan is focused on. And I think the design of a new library with better spaces and different spaces will also be able to address some of the concerns we're having in a library that's constrained in terms of space. But the library staff do work very hard to try and avoid trespass notices, that's for sure. And we have one staff member, I think is a half FTE, who's there as a security assistant to try and diffuse these situations, talk people down into better behaviour and help the librarians. And I think also in the extra funding we just got from government for librarians, one of the roles we've taken on is a staff member specifically to work with youth who comes from a teaching background. So we're hoping that may help resolve some of these issues as well. So we are trying to be proactive. A trespass notice in some ways is a symptom of, it's considered a lack of success by the librarians.
Thanks very much, Pat. I just had one further question. Just on page 64, looking at under the treatments and the scoping of CCTV upgrade for Civic House, is that because the current system is seen as inadequate?
My understanding, it's a scheduled renewal, IT renewal. Yes, there is some inadequacies with existing systems. Some of the cameras are old analog cameras that don't give good image quality for identifying people or seeing clearly what's going on. I'm not 100%. I'm not behind the project, so I'm not aware of all the details. I've just provided advice on where we could do with improvements over the existing system.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Chief Executive.
So this is an area that we will be focusing on very much when we redesign the ground floor of the building. It's safe spaces for staff to meet with the public and also for councillors to be able to meet with the public as well. I don't think that councillors' lounge is a good place unless you're meeting someone that you're good friends with. That's not where I'll be meeting with a stranger. We need better spaces than that with visibility and retreat. And certainly after that countdown attack, violence against customer service staff is becoming too common, and we need to make sure that we protect our staff as best we can.
So just a quick follow-up. So I guess do our customer service staff feel adequately protected and safe at the moment? Like, is the system in the customer service area satisfactory at the moment?
I think the system in the formal customer service area is okay. I think my concerns are more about when staff are meeting with members of the public to talk about an issue and go into a meeting room. That it's important that our staff have that there is monitoring of those meeting spaces and that there is safe retreat out of those meeting spaces. And we don't have that in all cases, which is one of the reasons I'm delighted the councillors have signed off on upgrading Civic House. And as soon as we fix the leaking roof, the next place we'll be down to is the ground floor to do something about safety for those more, for those conversations that don't happen across a counter.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Just one very brief comment from me arising from those previous discussions. Mr. Doherty mentioned the design of the library allowing for a youth space. I'm quite familiar with what I think is one of the nicest libraries in the country, which is Levin's Te Karere. And that has a really good youth wing out to the side, which is quite dedicated and separate from the rest of the library. And every time I've been there, there's been a bunch of youth in there thoroughly enjoying themselves and without any disturbance to anybody else. So seeing that as an aspiration for here, I think is something I'm encouraged by. So if there's no further questions for Mr. Hughes, thank you, Malcolm. And I would ask that somebody move that the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee receives the Health, Safety and Wellbeing report. Somebody so move. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any further debate, discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Item 9, and welcome Ms. Aklak and Mr. Logan. Welcome. So, Mr. Logan, I ask you to just give us any updates on the report as you've submitted it, and then I will ask for questions on that and then open up for general debate on matters relating to the risk.
So through the chair, just generally it's really just an update from last quarter, and there hasn't been any major changes. In the appendix, minor formatting change, so hopefully it's easier to read. Otherwise, there were a few questions that I got earlier from, just a second. Councillor Edgar, and so I should be able to respond to a few of those. So with regards to reflecting the triennium priorities, at that stage we are looking to update those top risks, and that's a process that we are going through, and part of that we'll be looking at the latest priorities. So we should hear about that either the next quarter or the following quarter. Some of there was a question with regards to the legal liability and what the residual level of risk should be. So that I think will sit with the business unit owner in terms of what they believe is the suitable level of risk. I'd have to refer to them. The other question with regards to COVID related supply risk. So there's a mention of that with regards to the infrastructure area, but it's not given an explicit mention in the COVID risk category or topic. And that's something that I can include for next time. With regards to the city centre development and the environment areas, those were two areas that did get a significant overhaul from last quarter, and you would have seen in the appendix of that text where there has been changes is in red to make it a little bit clearer. In terms of the objectives around the intensification and the spatial plan, it may have not. It may have dropped out when we did those changes, and so I'll look into that for next quarter. There was another question with regards to project management of large-scale community facilities and more generally around councillors' ability or improving their ability to work with iwi. So in terms of project management risk, we are again reviewing those top risks. So we'll take that into consideration to whether it will meet that shorter list. I'm not aware around the training and upskilling around the tikanga Māori for councillors, but I can look into that. I think relationship with iwi is one of the topics that we are looking at, potentially whether that gets elevated or not within the top risks. There was a question around controls and improvements around councillors' access to documents. I wasn't entirely sure what was behind that question. I do understand that there is a process of updating this. Potentially, there's a business plan for updating the systems, the Nelson City documentation, and potentially that might be included in the scope in terms of how councillors would access those documents as well. but I'd have to look into that business plan, which is in the process. The full business plan is being worked on at the moment. There was another question about the interest register and how whether it extended out to the SLT and external appointees. With the SLT, their interests are reviewed, and that's done through a separate system. It's a ProMap, improvement conflict of interest system. And I believe that the external appointees are part of that review process as well. Not putting my risk hat on, but the internal audit hat, we definitely do check both SLT. I think we check across all employees. Well, I do. I'll leave that's all my questions unless I've missed something.
Councillor Ika?
Yeah, so I'll just expand on a couple, and I think a couple were missed. So just starting with the last one, just the, so on my page 121, I don't know what the online page number is going to be, sorry. It's risk number 12. It just says clarity of non-council interests of councillors. And so that's why I was asking about whether SLT and external appointees, as that's under what controls we have in place. I just think we need to be clear that the same controls are in place for SLT and for external appointees, and then just make sure they are. I know for another organisation that I'm on, Audit has specifically requested the SLT members to be actually on the public risk register. So whether that's something that they're going to ask for councils, I don't know, but I just think that needs to be clear that we actually do have those same controls in place for SLT and external appointees. I had another question on that page where it talked about controls we are planning, and then it said strategy document adopted by council completed, and this was a communications and engagement strategy. And apologies, I don't remember us adopting one this year. So did we do that?
Through the chair. Yes. Just to say there is one adopted, but it wasn't done this year, no.
Right, because it talks about what we're planning, and so there's a previous document that was adopted and we're going to do a review this year. Is that more what that's?
If I could clarify, the last column there's next review, and it was supposed to be March and it's now June 2021.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, so next month, right. So another one that I sent through was just organisational risk 11, page 119 of the paper version. On our sheets that we have at the back of the reports, the important considerations for decision making, just wondered if we should have a legal section there where it can be noted if legal opinion has been sought or there has been one on that, because there's a number of things that have come through, over the last, I'll just say last year, where councillors may ask, have we had a legal opinion, or has there been, legal consideration of this? Look, invariably the answer is yes. And so I just wondered if that's something that should be, then actually, rather than it being a question, whether that important considerations should actually have that, making sure we've got that legal overview of decisions where you go, oh, okay, well, does it have a legal impact for the Reserves Act or, whatever.
Through the chair, perhaps I can suggest that be for consideration by the risk owner. I don't know if Ms McDonald wants to
Through the
comment on it
chair,
today.
no, we wouldn't want to make reference to legal reviews in a public document or arena, because that puts at risk our legal privilege, and then you may well have to release all your legal advice. So we don't discuss it in public. We would go into confidential to discuss or refer to legal reviews having been taken. Right. I think there's maybe a point prior to that. So, for example, I asked a question just recently, and I'm 99% sure it was in a public meeting. You can quickly elbow me, Madam Mayor, if it wasn't. But it was just to do with a building on Guppy Park, and I asked if there was any legal impediments in accordance with the Reserves Act for them having an exclusive lease. And for which I was able to be told, no, we've checked, there's not a problem. So that's, to me, not a privileged legal opinion. That's just checking the legal parameters. Through the chair, yes, that's right. And a staff member can give you their understanding of the legislative requirements and what assessment they may have done. But if we have had a legal review or legal advice, we wouldn't be bringing that into a public meeting. No, so what I'm saying is if staff have checked that there's no legal impediments to something, so frequently we're having to sort of ask those questions, could that not be something that was done as part of the considerations, element of the report? Through the chair, we can talk to our legal services team about that. Yep. Thank you. So just in relation to councillor access of documents, so I guess just at the moment there's, both the risk that, I walk around with pink papers and handbags and things like that. But then also similarly, there's documents we can't access at all that are referenced in public reports. So, there's both a risk element of what we have, access to or have carrying around. And then, how they're managed and stored, because, I'll frequently download things, put them on my private system at home, for example. There are risks around how they're managed. So, if that's looked into as part of that business case, then that's good. I think you've picked up most of my other questions. One other one was number 2, council priority area environment, page 81. I was just wondering where or if the implementation of the resource consent review recommendations, if that came into the what we are planning, because that is something that we are actively doing, but it didn't come into the what we are planning that I could see. And I just would have thought it would.
So through the chair, if I can answer that one.
Ms. Barton.
So it's not explicit. We can add it in explicitly, but it was, in my mind, covered under the delivery of regulatory functions and regular reporting, but we could specifically say that included the resource concerns review.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be good because it is something that we're doing. So it would be good to have that acknowledged. I think that was all of my questions covered. Thank you very much and welcome to your first committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got a follow-up question and welcome, Chris. I haven't met Chris before, so in a moment we might get to know a little bit about Chris if we've got time. Just follow-up question for Nikki in relation to legal review, legal advice, legal considerations, bringing a report forward, then how would you like elected members to approach that subject? Because I'm reasonably sure we have had public reports where there'll be a statement that says, council's lawyer has, looked at this matter and, you know, maybe not, maybe I'm wrong and that's not in public. But how would you advise me? Because there's a matter I'm got to raise today to go, has there been a legal, have we taken legal advice on a matter? So what do I do about that? It's a public report.
Through the chair, we certainly try to keep any reference to a legal review out of a report. Occasionally, maybe once or twice I can think of where there's been a situation where it was appropriate and we wouldn't have had a problem with sharing that advice, but generally that is the rule. So my advice would be elected members to ask staff the issue they're concerned about, not about the legal review, but to say, you know, what it is you're concerned about, and they can say that they've taken appropriate advice and this is how they believe it stands under the legislation.
Right, okay, so go to the specifics about what the issue is as opposed to have you, all right, okay. Does this comply with the Act's requirements? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any other questions? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you through the chair. Kia ora, Chris, is it? Yeah. Yeah, and
That's right.
And I'm sorry that I haven't sent through my questions, but hopefully they won't be too difficult. So first one is just in light of the Waikato DHB's current issue with information security and hacking, I'm just wondering if we've kind of taken or thought about that in terms of our own risk, and if a low in terms of compromise of council service delivery from information technology failures. I don't know if that's the item that addresses, you know, email security, but do we still feel that low is an appropriate risk level for us?
So yeah, we did go through, get an update on that, and there are lots of controls. Obviously, things can still slip through. So one of the controls that was recently introduced was those banners on emails to make it clearer when it was emails coming from outside the organisation, and that's to assist both councillors and employees. I don't have the full details of the Waikato breach, but I believe it was via an email. Did you?
That's through the chair. I'm sure you can imagine that after that happened, there was discussion straight away with our IT manager, and there was reasonably swift action taken to inform all staff, and I believe elected members too, regarding safe measures when opening emails. And we have introduced that measure recently that Chris just spoke to. My understanding of what happened at Waikato is that our systems would prevent that type of attachment being received.
That's great, thanks very much. My next question is page 74, 8.2.2. So just looking at the risk around delivery of our preferred transport program, and regarding the level of Waka Kotahi funding, it says officers expect to have an indication of funding subsidy levels in April 2021. And I'm just wondering whether there's any update around that changes that risk profile.
So through the chair, I'll answer that. So we are busy. Obviously, as you know, we presented that same commentary to the long-term deliberations with Waka Kotahi. We are busy working with them at the moment, and as soon as we know, we'll be presenting something through to our RTP, Regional Transport Plan. But at this moment in time, we don't know the degrees of funding. We're still busy waiting on advice from Waka Kotahi.
Thanks very much. My next question is just following on from Councillor Edgar's in relation to the interest register, and just wondering whether we have any treatments in place or any responsibilities in terms of where an interest register for an elected member is incomplete and not publicly available. Is there any kind of actions that we should be taking, or are we at any kind of risk in regards to that?
I think the standard rules around declaration of interest and the best practices certainly governed by people like the Institute of Directors is a very high expectation of frankness, openness, and nothing being hidden. And hence, I mean, the whole purpose of this is to be able to manage conflict of interest, not to try and suppress them or pretend they don't happen. It's a small country, it's a small city, there will be conflicts. The conflict isn't the issue. How you manage them is the issue. So there is an expectation that integrity is applied by the individuals themselves. To my knowledge, there is no statutory thing that one can do, but if there is an awareness of certainly what I have seen happen in the commercial world is that there is an expectation or there is an acceptability that an undeclared interest is questioned at the time, and a straight answer is expected. Are you conflicted in this issue? Don't you have an interest in the form of X, Y, Z? I have seen that done in a boardroom, and it has been adequately received and handled. Unless anybody's got any other information on this in terms of best practice in integrity management, I'm not aware of any legislative requirement. I don't know, for instance, in the local government setting, whether it would, for instance, be a code of conduct issue. That's the only source I can think of where it might arise. Madam Mayor, do you have any knowledge of that from your experience?
I don't think there's anything in the code of conduct that would go directly to not disclosing an interest being deemed to be a code of conduct. There's an expectation that you will disclose your interests. I think what would be useful though is if we did if there was a sort of a once a year, if elected members, I mean, it's an officer managed function, so the officers will send out the paperwork, seek to get the interests declared. If there is an issue where someone has said they will not declare their interests, then there should be some form of record of that as to the why. And it probably would be helpful if you're chairing to know that if you've got elected members who have refused to disclose any interest, it would be helpful probably to know that it's not something as elected members that I certainly don't spend a day a week going through the interest register or even every week, or in fact I would expect those matters to be brought to my attention. If an elected member thought there was an issue, then or a member of the executive team thought there was an issue, then if I'm chairing, I would expect somebody to bring that to my attention as chair. There's no way as chair you can be across all of those issues. You rely on the integrity of the individual to disclose and the openness, and then other members and senior staff, if they're aware of issues, to bring them to your attention. And of course you can address those during a meeting. If there's a matter that's raised, then normally I'll ask the chief executive to discuss that with a member and try and just resolve, because often sometimes the information is not correct that comes forward.
I understand. Thank you. Councillor Sanson, any further questions?
No, not about that. I think I had another one, really just page 81, looking at our under the environmental area, the council priority area of the environment, and under page 81, how we're managing the risks. So I just wondered whether we, as we're requiring CCOs and CCTOs to be reporting publicly on their, on council CCOs and CCTOs to be reporting publicly on their own carbon emissions, whether we should not be setting the same expectations. I don't currently am not aware if that we have our own carbon emissions available on publicly anywhere.
Through the chair, that is taken care of through the SOE statement of expectation process, where council can set out its expectations around those things in the instructions to all of our CCOs and CCTOs.
Thanks very much. Sorry, I obviously wasn't clear. So I'm aware that we have set that expectations for CCOs and CCTOs, and they are complying. They're doing a great job. My question is around council own reporting of its own emissions. So we kind of have set this expectation for other organisations, and I just wanted to check that we're also meeting that expectation for ourselves.
Yes, that's through the chair. We are. I mean, we are talking at the moment with Statistics New Zealand about information gathering on emissions, and we are also gathering information on ours, and so that we have a trend on how the reduction's going, and that will get reported to the Climate and Environment Committee.
Okay, that's great. I think that was just the step that was missing, is whether we are also reporting publicly on that. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, just before we move on,
yes,
one quick question, if I may. I'm a little bit ponderous about the report in total, becoming very much like that, really. But and to go into the detail is really around the residual risk rating that we end up with, and it applies across all of the priority areas. I suppose the reflection I've been having is that we end up in a situation where we've got residual risk in any one particular area. And I can't really recall having conversations or discussions and or consideration of where an appropriate residual risk level actually is in any particular priority area. So, for instance, just going back to page 80, just pulling it out of the air, we've got council priority on the environment. You'll see in the top left, the top right there, that the residual risk rating is yellow, very high. I suppose the question is that an acceptable residual risk level? And if it's not, what work are we doing to reduce that to what we do consider as an acceptable residual risk level? And if that's the case, what is that? Is that in the green, or is that in the blue, or is that in the yellow, or is it indeed it is okay at medium and therefore okay sitting where it is? So it was a wee bit around, and it applies to all of them. Just what are we prepared to accept as a residual risk on any particular priority? I don't think we've had a conversation and or discussion around that or thought around that. So I'm just throwing it out there for a bit of a comment and perhaps some discussion around that. Not wanting to single any one priority out, of course, it's across all of them. And then, of course, I suppose if you really reflect that back into the organisation, because we just see the top end of the risk register, there's probably a question that even goes down into the subgroups as to how is residual risk as an acceptable level being assessed and accepted by the organisation as a whole. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Is there any comment on that from officers before I take it back to further questions from members?
So through the chair, generally, some companies take an approach that would link their residual risks to the amount of capital or contingent funding that they can receive. We haven't gone through that process yet, so it's just whether it's a suitable level or not. Potentially, a way forward is if there's a process for reporting higher risks, and then really it sits with the council whether they want to accept or want to de-risk that risk. And then there'll be obviously some details around what will that cost be and what's that trade-off. But that's only on an individual risk and doesn't look across the whole organisation whether we're taking too much risk or not enough. And combining all those will take a bit more work on my side.
Exactly the question.
Thank you. Now, I had a question from Councillor Sanson and one from Councillor Edgar. Oh, sorry, first of all, Chief Executive, make a comment.
So yeah, it's a very timely question because normally if this was risk reporting to a company, then it's here's the residual level of risk. Are you okay being in this business? I mean, for water supply, for example, we can run an extremely good water supply system, but the consequence of something go wrong are so disastrous that the risk will always be high. And some companies may decide that there's a private operation, they don't want to be in water supply anymore because of that downside risk. We don't have that luxury, and sometimes our risks are driven by things out of our control, like legislative reform. So yes, it would be useful to have that discussion, but part of that discussion also has to be that the council has to accept that we're in this business. This is the level of risk. We're managing as well as we can, and if something goes wrong, be supportive that we did as well as best we could. We had as many systems in place. So yes, I think I'm turning it around slightly from the way that you asked it, Mr. Murray, but it is a valid discussion to be having about each of the strategic risks we face. I don't know if there's benefit in the committee diving deep down into the operational risks, but these high-level strategic risks that we bring here, yeah, I think that maybe it might be easier to have a workshop and dive deeper into them that way and understand what more about what we're doing and what the base level of risk always will be in these. Because sometimes it's the consequence that's driving the level of risk, not our lack of response.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to support John Murray's question coming up, actually, because when I read through this report, particularly around the risk of meeting our key council performance or long-term plan goals, and seeing that I think 3 of them are now at a high risk of not being met. That question I asked myself is, is that something we're comfortable with? What can we do to address that? And I think the other thing is that we can see that we have potentially a high risk in a particular area, but it's not necessarily just the question, do we want to be in this business? I think the question we also need to be asking ourselves is, are we doing enough to mitigate those risks? And I think in particular, kind of the environmental space, or probably all of them, but I could think of a couple of examples in the environmental space where I'm question whether we're doing enough. So I think that it is a valid conversation for us to be having, and maybe what is the opportunity for us to, this group of people, to have that conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Edgar, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, so I had sent a question through specifically on the legal one and the level there. But I guess just at an overarching perspective, I guess my question is, as part of the development of the LTP and the staff advice that came through, were the controls that we needed and the risks evaluated to ensure that, the staffing resources were going to be there, for example, if that was sort of one of the key things that had put something into a high risk, so whatever it was, have we responded to it through our LTP decisions? Was my question.
So I might have first crack at that. Part of the problem we have with Three Waters reform and with RMA reform is we don't know yet. We'll know more every month we know more, and we hope that with the level of engagement we have in both those projects, that we'll be in a good position to respond, and more certainty will start to pull those risks down. I think that's the challenge. I'm not sure if Claire wants to add anything to that, Mr. Chairman.
So through the chair, I entirely agree with where doing our best to understand what these might mean, but ultimately until we actually see them, we won't know entirely.
So for any risks outside of Three Waters and RMA, did our LTP respond to enable us to look at where we could bring down risk? There's some we have very limited control over, but anywhere we do, is our LTP going to enable staff to respond to those risks?
The LTP is a document that we pulled together over 15 months, and so you would have seen that in some of the resolutions that were passed were reflecting the fact that the situation had changed by the time we got to the LTP. And there's some areas that are like that housing that are fast moving. We think we're reasonably well placed, but we won't know until we get further down that track.
Madam Mayor.
Just probably similar follow-up question, because I had a look at page 102, which is the city centre development area where we've moved from medium to very high. And I'm just trying to grapple with what it is that's caused that degree of movement. Now, I had to, with help of the person to my right, once I worked out, I was struggling with page duplication, just trying to find, there's a comment back in the report around housing, and but that doesn't follow through into the table on page 102. So I'm just trying to work out what it is, because all I can see is this policy development amendments due to central government legislative changes being the issue that's got the high on it, but the commentary in the report talks about housing. So Chris, can you help me out with that one?
There's an actually error there, because the highest row is actually the highest ranking risk is actually high. It shouldn't have been very high. So
right,
I did miss that. So
so it should be high. Okay, even so, tell me how we get to, because they sound very high. I couldn't figure them out. But how do we get to high?
So through the chair, I might be best placed to answer that one. At the time of pulling this together, the housing portfolio, in terms of driving a work stream for housing, was still in its fledgling state. We were still working out what we needed to do and how we might resource it. We're now a little bit more advanced from when we wrote the report. So we've now worked out how we can structure support for the housing program. And we're working on putting that into place over the next wee while. And in terms of the table that's sitting on page 102, that may just simply have been an error on my part in terms of not being explicit enough in the table.
Okay, so in that case, now we've got the report to date. Do you think it's reasonable to still have that one if it's related to housing, given we've now made some provisions in our long-term plan? We've even signalled earlier, get going on getting some resource. We're having incredibly constructive conversations with Kāinga Ora. Do you think it's reasonable on the basis of housing to leave that sitting up at high?
So through the chair, we've certainly made advances since the report was written, so we could look at whether we review it. We still haven't quite landed everything. Absolutely, we've got some money sitting in there and some resourcing, and we've had some ongoing very constructive discussions with Kāinga Ora, but there's still an element of a lot of work to do with a work program that we're still grappling with. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll probably just make an observation about these ones, which is a little bit philosophical, but life business council is inherently risky, and the only big risk we know we should avoid at all cost is the risk of doing nothing. So I would observe that the status quo in relation to the way we deliver Three Waters infrastructure is not viable for the future of New Zealand. So that would be the riskiest thing we could possibly be doing. So I recognise that there are potentially some uncertainty that we have to manage, but I think we should just be mindful of the fact that that risk should be seen on a continuum of we shouldn't assume that what we're doing today is actually the least risk scenario. In fact, what we're doing today is on the basis of what we know is going to result in significant residual risk for us in the future. So I just think there is a bit of a context setting around change, and it was a bit of a question we talked about earlier on in terms of your report, is that when you're in a period of change, the first thing you have to ask yourself is doing nothing the best thing to be doing? And if the answer to that is no, then you accept that you're in a period of change and there are improvements that can be made, and you're going to go through a period of uncertainty. And yes, I'll accept that we have to manage those risks. And what Ms. Barton said is actually we have over the last period, because council not only did council determine that housing was a priority, the entire country has determined that housing is a priority, and housing unaffordability is a problem, and supply is a problem. And so when you start to do something about a problem, you go through a period of change, and there are risks you have to manage. So I would just note that I think that the officers have brought forward the opportunity, because the opportunity's arisen to actually get on and address the problem. And I think they're bringing forward some really, really sensible ways of managing that opportunity in a way that mitigates the risk. So I would think they're probably being a bit pessimistic about the risk at the moment, but I would accept that some people have a greater appetite for risk than others. So I'll accept it. I'm probably very much a very optimistic person about getting on with things and achieving things, but I'll accept that sometimes organisations have a tendency to set the bar a little bit differently than I do. So I'm just in reflecting on this, I'm saying from what I know and observing at the moment, in a period of what is uncertainty, and uncertain for all the right reasons, because the status quo is not viable on a number of fronts, I think the officers are doing a very good job of thinking ahead and managing that risk. So sorry, just happy to support the report and move it if you like.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. In terms of debate, I just want to reiterate one aspect, and I think this discussion has sort of built on the essence of my chairman's report, which is we live in dynamic times, and I think that the risk system, the risk management process that this council has developed over the last few years has served us well, but I think we now have the opportunity to take this to the next level, and I actually think it's incumbent upon us. And you will have heard me say, I think at the first meeting of this committee this term, was that I believe that we are an organisation that needs to move to the next level of risk maturity and risk awareness, and I think it's timely to do it. We have Mr. Logan. I'm glad everybody's now had the opportunity to meet Chris, and I think we've got some resource to allow it. Chris and I have already had some discussions around where the risk is. And I've also asked that we do, in fact, establish a workshop in the near future to go through the next stage of this. So, Chris, that's something that I would look to you to be working with you to put this in place in the near future. Is a workshop that we can cover some of these things in greater depth. I think also the reset of the priorities, that's an important one to involve governance in, as this initial set was involving governance. Risk is not about elimination of risk. There's a clumsy parallel with the conflict of interest. You live with it and you manage it. But your appetite for it for risk is important, because if your appetite is for zero risk, then get used to the fact that your ambition is zero activity. So you actually do have to accept some risk in order to have success. So, but thank you for the report, and I look forward to. I'd like to see that workshop, by the way, being open to all councillors. because I think risk is very much at a governance and organisational level, and not just this committee on behalf of. So I look forward to that happening. Thank you. So moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll take a break for a cup of tea, and we'll then move on to item 10, which, once again, you're in the hot seat, but we'll have a cup of tea beforehand. Move to item 10, the Internal Audit Quarterly Progress Report. Welcome Chris Logan back to the table. So Mr. Logan, any updates or variations to the report as presented before I open it up for questions?
Through the chair, I've got nothing further to add.
Thank you. So any questions on the quarterly progress report? Mr. Murray.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. 4.3, I'm noting that the audit effectiveness and crisis management response to business disruption planning and management has been postponed. Is that clause in here so that it gets approval from this committee to postpone it, or is that a statement that it's being postponed? And if so, how do we change the audit program when we've approved it?
Through the chair, it's reflecting that I haven't done it yet. I think it would be good if we could discuss, or if there was still a strong desire from the committee whether that proceeds. Because whilst it was said a while ago, the need for it doesn't seem as pressing. So I'm open to feedback on that.
I suppose that leads through the chair. How do we have that conversation? Because I don't understand the context of it not being as pressing or urgent, or because it was at one stage, which is why I was on the program, but all of a sudden it's disappeared and I'm a bit confused about that. But then we're now being invited for conversation, but I have no context of it. So perhaps we could let that one over for the next meeting, just to consider why we're postponing it with a rational decision, perhaps, Mr. Chair. Can I suggest that?
Thank you. And perhaps, Mr. Logan, you can just expand, because the bottom of the second part of that report about will be informed in Q4, which we're in now, by assessing the strength of recommendations of similar reviews performed by other councils. Is that an active process that's underway to assess what's happened from other councils? And does that mean that you will, having assessed that, come back with a further recommendation to us about either the continuing need or the removal of the need for that?
Yeah, that's right. So I, through the chair, yeah, it's been quite a while since these lockdowns occurred, and a lot of the learnings have already come through, and there has already been some work done. So the question is, would that additional internal audit add value, or will it just pull resources away from the business? The view is to look at what other councils had gone through and that they're already reporting, because they did their review much earlier when it was a little bit more fresh. And what I've seen so far is there haven't been anything that's out of the ordinary or any strong recommendations that would really change things. So, I'm still looking through some of the other council's findings as they come through. But yeah, my opinion is, if it's not going to add much value, and it's just going to tell us what we already know, but it's going to use up resources, then I guess it was a plan set a while ago, but no plans stuck in stone, and we should make the best use of our resources.
Thank you. So is it your intention to report back to us at the next meeting a final conclusion on that? Because I think it would be good to know that it's been evaluated against those other council findings, and if indeed that is the conclusion, to say we've got everything we're going to get from it. I think it would be useful just to confirm that to the committee.
So through the chair, yes, that was my intention. But if you do, if anyone in the room has a strong opinion that we should proceed with this, then I'm open to that as well. I don't want to make all the decisions by myself on this one. So I do intend to provide feedback of what I've found and whether it was valuable and whether, in my opinion, it should be proceeded.
Thank you. We'll wait for that to arrive. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Sorry, Ms. Ackler?
Yep, through the chair, I would just add to some further background to that, most of which took place before Mr. Logan joined us. We completed, Lynn Anderson, the previous auditor, completed the audit on control effectiveness through COVID, which has been reported on. And within the management organisation, we've completed a couple of reviews, lessons learned and debriefs, if you like, from the management perspective of our response to the COVID event in terms of incident management. And the recommendations internally from that have been put in place and led to a number of changes. I'd just like to present that to the committee to let you know that that happened as well. It's part of the background as to the thinking around, do we really need to do this other internal audit that was put on the plan last year?
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Sanson and then Madam Mayor.
Thank you through the chair. Kia ora, Chris and Arlene. On page 1112, just looking at the procurement contract and management, I was just wondering whether how it's kind of going or incorporating broader outcomes, procurement considerations into processes, and whether those have been incorporated into the template that's being tailored, and mechanisms for reporting back on broader outcomes procurement, if they're being developed, and if there is going to be a report back to maybe this committee or on how we're going to achieve that.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Sanson. I can't comment specifically on the tailored NZS 3910 contract template at this point. The requirement around broader outcomes would be incorporated in the tendering and the procurement process for those specific contracts. I can speak further to your query about reporting back on broader outcomes. And yes, that is the intention to do that. We have incorporated some changes to our procurement processes and templates since the procurement policy became effective on the 1st of February this year. However, further and more in-depth work on incorporating the processes and tools and resources that staff need to further work on broader outcomes through procurement has been delayed slightly due to staff resources being redirected from my team to another high priority project, but we're ready to start picking up that work at the end of this current quarter.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go to page 133 of our report, which is around the control environment and just the process that we're working through there. So we started off with the audit finding, which was that business unit risk registers vary in their completeness. There was no central risk register with senior management and council with oversight. So we started off a bit of a process. Then we got to sort of impact where officers have not yet been persuaded of the benefits of the new risk approach, or, you know, that it was practical, etc., etc. Then we go to some recommendations, which were SLT would formally address their concerns. So I mean, it was never quite clear whether the name for officers and SLT was the same, or where officers meant throughout the organisations. That's to the one question. But in any event, SLT next things were formally address their concerns relating to the current risk management policy and its implementation, and agree on an outcome. So I'm taking it that from that point there was an outcome agreed, so those matters were resolved. So I'm just going to follow this through to make sure I followed it right. Then we get to progress in the first quarter, and there was a risk management maturity self-assessment was completed,
and the results were reported back to the Group Manager of Corporate Services, but I don't know what the outcome of that self-assessment was and whether it told us anything more. We then do the implementation of the risk management tool. We've launched that in the second quarter, and then we're now down to in excess of 100 risks were recorded in the first weeks of live use. Now we're down to, what have we got? And of those, must be a whole lot more than just those, because of the risks that are now there, 135 have status overdue as treatments as not being signed off. And it may be that the processes are in place, but they're not signed off. So we're going to work our way through. So I just want to make sure I've followed this correctly in terms of that this is what we're doing. Have we got agreement on what we're doing from senior leadership team? I'm taking it as otherwise we wouldn't have got to progress. Was there anything from the self-assessment that we should be aware of what we saw? And is there any sort of residual issue sitting here given, you know, we've got overdue treatments? Is there any sort of residual that actually we still have a fundamental, you know, belief that the organisation is not persuaded by the benefits of the new risk-based approach? So what I want to make sure is that everyone's bought into this, that the things should be happening are happening, and is there anything that we've learned through the processes of doing the self-assessment or the other progress reports over this last year? So it's a very long question. It's kind of give us a bit of an update of where it is, and please interpret this in plain English for me.
Through the chair, I might need some help with remembering the second or third part of the question, but if I can address the first one, which I obviously believe was related to the risk management maturity self-assessment that was completed last calendar year. So the results were reported to Group Manager Corporate Services, and there was a small action plan developed as a result of that. The risk management maturity assessment was, I believe we were assessed at maturity level 2 out of 5, with maturity level 2 being deemed adequate for a local government authority of our size. There were some areas where we had some improvements to make, where we were largely a 1 and almost a 2, and some other areas where we were performing at the next maturity level up. If it's useful, I might try and find the report from that time, because I believe that we included something in the committee report at the time. Don't recall how much detail that went into. And through the chair, for clarification, the second question relates to implementation of the new risk management tool. Is that correct? So the risk management tool was launched towards the end of last calendar year, and involved transferring risks from about 23 individual risk registers over into one central tool. In terms of the 135 status overdue as treatments that's listed there, that was as at the end of 31st of March, quarter 3, 31st of March. And so what these are, it's simply a step that managers and risk owners go through. So we've used some system language there to describe it, but it's a step that risk owners go through. They've recorded the controls that they have in place around risks, and they've recorded upcoming treatments, actions that they want to do to reduce risk. And then there's a date on those, and for the controls, it's really just an implementation issue. They've got the controls in place already, but they need to go back and click on the button to say, yes, I've reviewed this control and it's definitely in place. So in that sense, there's some element of double up for the risk owners, where they would have completed that in their prior risk registers, and now we've consolidated those into the central one. They simply have a different method that they have to follow to say, yes, I've done that, and they're all in place and they're all working. The good thing about that system is that it does require those risk owners to periodically, it prompts them to go back and look at those controls and to have to re-sign them off to say that, yes, those controls are effective.
But
follow-up question. So Eileen, in terms of that original sort of, where we were back, officers weren't yet persuaded of the benefits of the new risk-based approach. Do you think everyone's bought into this now?
Through the chair, you're always going to get a bit of a mixed bag, and what will slowly happen is as we get more wins, people will value it more. It's not a situation where you can just push it on people and then they'll naturally just use it. So we're slowly, but certainly we're we're looking to introduce some reporting of it so that it integrates it better within the different business units. Attending sort of some of the monthly meetings just to bring it back or bring it into life again, and making that risk register and the treatments of the risk a little bit more visible. So that will just happen slowly over time.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So probably just the final thing is the commentary on page 133 makes it quite clear that in order to get this to work, it needs to be driven by the senior leadership team. So are we all on board in terms of that? This is this discussion, about, we talked about risk before, and living with risk and, managing risk and accepting that there is risk. So in terms of those, if there are ratings that, are down at, 1 to 2, is there a focus area in SLT in terms of where you can see maturity in the organisation? It'll be variable across the organisation. So I guess that's is there an objective at a senior leadership team level to move us up to everyone being consistently within the 2, or is 2 kind of it, or is there would we be a high performing organisation if we were sitting at 3, or would that be sort of overkill?
Through the chair, my recommendation to Group Manager Corporate Services was to remain at level 2 for a year to complete the actions that we wanted to make sure that we were a very, very solid level 2 right across the board with no gaps, and that when we did the next risk management maturity assessment, which I believe is September this year, that was the point at which we would review and have a discussion about, did we want to be aiming for something with more maturity around it.
Okay, and that's when Eileen? That would be within, through that time frame again?
Through the chair, my recall is that we were looking at September this year to rerun that maturity self-assessment, that would be an annual exercise that we would undertake. I will take this opportunity to reiterate that it's the government risk management maturity model that we've used, and in terms of tailoring for our size and complexity of local authority, a level 2 maturity is considered adequate.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, maybe we could just, after that process has happened, that would be good to get that reported back just so we sort of know where we're sitting. And I think it's quite useful for if there are, if it's around activity areas, I don't know how the sort of assessment's been done, but if there are activity areas that where the risk maturity isn't, is still an area of improvement, it's probably useful for the chairs who've got some governance oversight of those areas to be aware of that. It just might mean it just helps. It helps build rather than it just helps they know where they are, so that it's not so hopefully the experience of working with the staff and actually looking at the reports are positive rather than negative. So if you know that you're starting in an area where there's still some work on, then you're supporting the continuous improvement rather than finding fault. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree, and I think the reassessment of that maturity level in September will be a useful yardstick and a useful exercise to go through in that regard. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Logan, Ms. Aslak? If not, would somebody move the recommendation and receive the report and request staff to report back on that one? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And the annual audit draft internal audit plan. So again, over to you. Are there any changes to the report as presented? Or if not, I will open it up for questions.
Yeah, no changes. I just will note that I did actually run this past our external auditors just to get some feedback from them as well. So it has gone through a few different stages to get to this point.
Thank you. It was useful to do. Thank you. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you for that, through you, Mr. Chair. So just, you've got within the budget slash workload that would do the planned ones and 2 ad hoc audit topics. How do you choose? There's 5 ad hoc audit topics. How do you choose which one, and are you seeking guidance on those?
So as part of the process of identifying which topics to do for next year, there were some that didn't quite make the cut, so that they're potential. I think what will happen is different risks will emerge, and it may warrant us to look into those. I'm open to suggestions as to if there's any items that you'd be interested in. So.
Thank you. You've got review of blurry contracts, but I think based on the commentary that goes after that on my page 146, the last page of the report, it's about employee and contractor contracts rather than contracts per se. I just, I've noted sometimes where something comes to council where we need to renew or review something, and we should have done it a year ago or something like that, and now it's too late. And so I'm just wondering if in here anywhere there's a review of, do we have a good register of all our contracts when they come up for renewal or review? What's the point where a council decision would need to be made, et cetera, et cetera. Is that part of the blurry contracts, or is that different?
Yeah, it was a little bit, through the chair, it was a little bit of vague explanation. So what I was trying to convey there was where that contractor may be doing something that's very similar to what an employee would normally do. Okay. And it's not clear, well, they might have access to systems that an employee might normally have, and so it's, are they a contractor or are they an employee? In terms of the management of contracts and planning around that, I think Arlene's probably best to respond to that.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, I think the point's been clarified for the report, but as you have asked a question around it, the contract reviews and the dates that they're due. So in relation to contracts with Section 17A reviews from Local Government Act, there is a register in place for those, and we also which flag when the contract is due for review 2 years before the end date of the contract. And additionally, we've just implemented a central contracts register, which we will be reaping benefits from.
Right, so the central contracts register might be the answer, because I didn't necessarily mean a 17A review of it, but just, whether it needs to go out for, tender, whether we need to look at, do we pull some in-house, out-house, not necessarily the 17A, just whether it continues with the same provider. So that's now, we've got a centralised system for that, and because the date something expires is not the date councillors necessarily need to know about it, because if a decision needs to be made 18 months out for it to go out to open tender or something like that, for example, then, you know, there's that long lead time. So is that all within the central register?
Through the chair, the central register includes all of the renewal dates. I don't recall offhand whether we put a flag on them for 2 years prior, but there's flags and notice periods that come up to notify us that they are due for renewal. The 2 years prior to a contract expiring, up until now that's been managed through a separate register alongside the 17A review, so we'll look to consolidate that.
Thank you. Just very quickly, following up, Elaine, just on the answers to Councillor Egar's question. So you've got a central contracts register, but what happens when you know, you get to that point? What's the action point? So, you know, we contracts due for renewal, factors need to happen in a certain time. You've got to give notice about certain things. How do you make sure that all the things that need to happen? What is it that your team does to make sure that something doesn't just get left sitting?
Through the chair, from now on, as we have the central contracts register in place, so from this point forward, we can flag the renewal dates that are upcoming. So we can run a report and see what renewals or contract expiries are happening over the next 12 months, 6 months, 2 years, and flag those to the contract owners and start working with them on their process to work towards a new procurement or a decision around a straight renewal of the contract. So different contracts have different notices periods, different notices, different notice periods in them for when we would need to start negotiating or give notice that we want to terminate or that we want to renew. And so those would be the dates that we work on when the contracts are initially set up into the database. We pay attention to what's in that reference schedule and set up the flags and reminders in line with that.
So do you have something in the system for when there has been a governance discussion around a desire to review? So it's where there is a real desire for it to get back to. So there have been a number where we will have discussed them and said, actually, we do want to have a look at this and really think about this in terms of the way we deliver our services. And is there something that would tie that back to? Because that would probably absolutely need a 17A review. But what it would flag is that there's been a governance, desire to look at a different method of undertaking a contract, or perhaps not undertaking the contract.
Through the chair, I think that knowledge would sit with the relevant contract manager or the area of the business that owns that particular contract, and we would be reliant on them to notify the team or to put a flag themselves into the contracts database. So there'd be some process there that we need to work on if that's a concern.
All right, then I think maybe what we need to do is we need to think about how we record if there is whether it's a matter that's come to governance attention and there's been a desire to see a full look into a matter, that we have a method where that can get entered into the central contracts register, so that there's something sitting there. Otherwise, I think there's no, at the moment, I can't see any connection from governance resolutions, discussions, and what we'll have to do is make sure in future that if we have that view, we reference the desire to have it registered within the central contracts system, so that we do that, because that's the piece I think that's missing at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think while I agree with that, we're not actually doing the audit of the contract system now. Just saying.
Off the topic. I'm sorry. Thank you for your indulgence.
So I think I think it highlights the fact that that's probably a useful one to be doing. So I think that's useful. Thank you, Mr. Murray, and then Councillor Egar.
Yeah. Thank you, through the chair. Just following up on how the potential ad hoc topics was formed. Mr. Logan's invited some comment or some feedback on those topics, but again, I would suggest that this probably might not be the forum to do that here and now, because when I got to this, when I was reviewing my papers, I sat down before I read the 5, closed my eyes and thought to myself, in terms of the council, what do I lose sleep over as a bit of a litmus test? What are the 5 areas which I'd be most concerned about? And none of those 5 were on the list. So as opposed to sort of throwing out my 5 now, which there's no context or ability to assess or debate, I think we need to come back and revisit just how we've formed up this list of topics and how we're going to move them forward, taking into consideration the list that's already been provided, but also connecting in with perhaps some others, not only mine, but other concerns around where we might want to send our internal audit process into to investigate a little bit closer and a little bit further. So I suppose that if it's acceptable with the committee, I was going to suggest that we do some work mid-meeting around the 5 topics and bring these back, if that would be okay. I'm happy to give some examples of some areas where I think this list could be expanded on if that's helpful to the committee, but I don't think that there's been enough engagement with the Audit and Risk Committee individuals to actually form this list up in any way, shape or form.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and I think it would be useful to get a few, just get an indication from you at this stage, and bearing in mind that we are talking here ad hoc audit topics, so we don't actually have to finalise that list today. So this can be a process of gathering these so that they can form the ad hoc audit. We can approve the internal audit plan with 2 or 3, I forget what it was, space for ad hoc audits, and then those can be subsequently identified. So I think by the process that you're talking about would be a good one, and I don't know whether you do it ranging from a workshop or a survey monkey. There's a range of ways we could go about gathering it, but I think that we don't have to land on exactly what those ones are now, but I would like to hear from officers as to what mechanism, not necessarily again now, but what mechanism would be useful for you to be able to have those ad hoc audits identified.
Through the chair, I think the easiest would be I can just send an email out to everyone and they can give me their top 3 or 4, and if there's any further questions I can follow up, and then I can make notes to that for the next quarterly meeting to crystallise those ad hoc audits.
Share what they might be, what some of the ones that you were thinking of, just to start people thinking perhaps it's slightly different.
Oh, okay. Well, if you like. Connection with Audit New Zealand, page 35, they mention in there that council's disclosure, just the disclosure, in regards to maintaining accreditation as a building consent authority, sort of raised a bit of a flag with me that maintaining accreditation as a building consent authority is actually pretty fundamental to what we do. So I'd like some assurance from internal audit that actually we are maintaining our accreditation as a building consent authority as opposed to the disclosure of. So, and I don't know what that means. I just sort of picked it out and went, what does this mean?
But it's an example of what might be, yeah.
Yep, exactly. So that would be one. We've touched on some contract performance. I think it's in terms of evaluating some performance of some contracts which are critical to the council, that might be helpful. And then I think just even picking up on today's meeting, the Chief Executive identified that supplying potable water is of paramount importance to us because of the consequences. So is there anything we can do in an internal audit sense to make sure that we're testing, monitoring and actually managing that as well as we could? Maybe that we are, that might be the tick at the end of the day, but that's great. But that would provide us with the assurance that our water's okay. So there were 3 that I just sort of mulled around thinking what could be keeping me awake at night, but I'm very sure if I asked the Mayor what keeps her awake at night, might be a different set of questions, a different set of answers. So it was really some engagement with the committee around what these topics might be and how we could facilitate this into the into this in conjunction with what we've got on our risk register. Okay, there you go. Just some thoughts.
Thank you. Very useful. Did you have a question, Councillor Ika?
No, I mean, I'm probably just happy to email my thoughts through. They probably follow through from comments I've made previously on this report and earlier in the meeting. But I also, in particular with the planned audits, probably 1 and 2 were on my mental list anyway, so it was very good to see them come up in the planned audits.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, thank you. Moved by Councillor Edgar, seconded by the Mayor. Any further discussion? Not. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you both very much. And we come now to item 12, the draft Treasury Management Policy, including liability management and investment policies. And I presume I hand to Nikki, to Ms Harrison.
Thank you. So through the chair, this draft is coming up through the committee now for approval. It needs to be recommended through to council. It is a policy that can be adopted by council at any point in time. And the reason I'm bringing up now is really to change some of our interest rate risk management targets to allow for us to take advantage of the lower interest rate environment at the moment. Also, the local government funding agencies introduced a standby facility, which we will be able to take advantage of, and also to reflect some of the changes in our financial strategy through the document, i.e. in relation to our debt to revenue ratio. But I'm happy to take, and I've done a few tidy ups along the way, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. It was really useful to have the changes highlighted in there. Not to go through and try and find it. So I saw Councillor Sanson and Councillor Edgar.
I'll go after Councillor Edgar if that's okay. I just need to gather my questions.
Councillor Edgar?
Sorry, on page my 165, 15.0, there's a table in the middle that's blue. I can't read any of the words in it. Can someone tell me what that is? I mean, I literally can't see it.
Oh, so sorry.
I can just see blue is.
It's actually a strike through because that's actually our old policy. And what?
Oh, okay. So that's being deleted. Whatever it is.
That's been deleted.
Right.
And really, what we're trying to do here with the this is allow the landfill to, and this will be replicated in the landfill's treasury policy. It allows them to actually undertake hedging further out to give some more certainty to the business plans.
Okay. Yeah, I literally can't read any of it, so I didn't know what it was. Can you just tell me over the page, what's GMCS?
Through the chair, that's me. Group Manager Corporate Services.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I will fix it up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And ISDA, just a couple of paragraphs down, approved ISDA documentation.
Through the chair, that should be in the glossary of terms. It's an ISDA, which we use for swaps and emissions to be able to deal with banks. It's international.
No, it is good.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. Now, just in relation to 32.0 NELMAC, it's got a change under 32.3 and it says retain Nelson City Council ownership as a strategic partner delivering key services to council. I thought our resolution, which I believe was in Feb, related to infrastructure. They were a strategic partner for the delivery of infrastructure. I did email that question through rather than for every service they deliver. So it's been able to be checked.
So through the chair, I've checked the resolution and it wasn't narrow. It just said delivering key services. And I suppose within the investment strategy, I wasn't thinking that you would want to narrow it to that. I mean, they do deliver key services to council across a range of services. And the resolution didn't specify.
Right. Can you tell me do you know what meeting that was from, just off the top of your head?
So through the chair, it was the 20th of September 2020 full council meeting.
22nd of September
Oh,
through the chair.
22nd of September, sorry.
Right, okay, thank you. I didn't necessarily want to limit their services. I just wanted to make sure that the strategic partnership resolution was accurately reflected through. So I'll just leave my questions at that just for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Executive?
So just in looking at those words, that doesn't mean that the council is obliged to. It simply just gives council the option of, is the way that we had intended those words to read. In terms of other contracts.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson?
Thank you through the chair. I've got a number of questions. Some of them are minor. I just ask for your patience while I run through them. So the first one is page 134, and this is in reference to e-documents. So it's going to be difficult for people who are looking at the paper one. But it's got the effective date and then the review date. And I just had a question around whether if we are going to have to review this policy in relation to the holding possible or the development of or set up of a holding company for Port Nelson Limited and the airport. At that time, if we have to make changes to this policy, is it possible to make other changes? So, for example, if we're making changes to this policy around the holding company, can we also make changes to this policy around forestry before the June 2024 date?
So through the chair, the review date is just a standard review date, and we do this as a policy that probably gets reviewed at least annually anyway, just in relation to Treasury changes. So there is this, as you have alluded to, this policy will need to be come back with the holding company, and there's everything's can be reviewed at that point in time, given if there's officers' advice.
Okay, thanks. Next one is page 139. There's a line in red that says minimise the impact of carbon. Yep.
Sorry, because our page numbers are wrong, can you tell me the number, clause number? Sorry.
1.2.
It's one. Actually, the page numbers on this. Thanks, John. That's great. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That's great. Just the line in red in the middle of that page that says minimise the impact of carbon risks on financial budgets. I just wondered if that is actually sufficient, and whether, given that the carbon emissions of council is going to have an NZU that we're going to have to purchase to offset it, let's say from landfill, that a significant increase in the cost of NZU could have quite significant implications for council financially. I wondered if, we should be considering something like monitor, evaluate and report on carbon emissions reduction, so that we're really focused on emissions reduction. I just wasn't, because emissions reduction has an impact on, significant impact on the cost to council. And I just wondered whether minimise the impact of carbon risks on financial budgets was sufficient. It just didn't seem quite.
Can I just point out that that's under a heading of just general objectives, and all of those are at a very high level in terms of things like minimise council's costs and risks. It's a very high level statement. So I think minimising the impact of carbon risk fits in with the context of that without trying to go into a huge amount of detail. It doesn't. So in order to minimize the impact, you've got to monitor and do all of those other things. So it's not an action list, it's a very high general objective list.
Sure. I mean, I think I only raised it because I was looking at some of the other bullet points in the same list, which are monitor and report on, monitor and report on, monitor, evaluate and report on different things. So I would have thought that monitor, evaluate and report on was sufficiently high level.
So through the chair, the intent of this is really around the landfill budgets. And I think within the section on ETS, there is a section around the monitoring and reporting. And I'm just trying to find the right page. That there will be reporting through to the landfill business unit on those risks. And it's page 166 of the paper copy.
I can move on to my next question.
If you would, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So the next one is page 144. And I'm just looking at 9.0, the specific borrowing limits, and looking at the borrowing limit for council's policy. It's highlighted 175, so increasing the debt cap, I guess, ratio. At once it's got it increasing to 175%, and then under the LGFA lending covenant, it's increasing from 250 to 280%. And I just wondered if we had, or if we have any, had we consulted on that during the LTP on the LGFA lending covenant increase and
so through the chair, just to be clear, that isn't our covenant, that's what LGFA will lend to councils covenant, and we don't need to consult on that because that's not our covenant. Okay. That is just put there as an indication of how conservative our policy is compared to the LGFA. And actually LGFA is higher. They did a short-term blip up above 300%. Just to do with the COVID impacts, and that's kind of where they're bringing it back down to.
Okay, thanks very much. We're looking at page 146, under the emissions trading scheme. There was a small comment in purple that it was just a little bit hard to understand around considering whether this, I think, the maximum unit holding for years 3 to 4 at 50%. Are you just able to give me some information about whether the query was, should we be increasing it above 50%, or is it appropriate to have it at 50%? It's under 15.0 emissions trading scheme. It's the very last number on the right-hand side in that table.
So through the chair, the policy that I'm recommending is that that is the minimum that is the maximum coverage at that year. The debate I was having with staff was really, should the policy be high given the likely track of the ETS credits? And I know that there was quite a lot of debate, but really the reality is that it's up, that a policy should be around hedging, and that's not completely limiting your upside and your downside risk. And therefore, if there was a decision to go above that point, I didn't believe that should be part of the policy, that would be actually a decision of the committee or council to make, as opposed to within the delegations of officers.
That's great. Thanks very much, Nikki. I had the same thought when I saw the number, but that's really great to understand that. On the next page, 147, I just note that the line, the actual annual ETS cost for council should be no worse than the budgeted ETS cost for that year has been removed. And I just wondered why it's been removed.
So through the chair, because of the track of the ETS credits, I think that one, and the fact that you aren't actually able to 100% hedge everything, I think that's not necessarily how we should be reporting and measuring the performance of the ETS credits. What we're trying to do here is give some price stability for the business plan for the landfill, but also recognise that there is some upside risk there. I think there needs to be some reasonable reporting through the landfill business unit of this, and I don't think that's the right measure. I think there should be some quite detailed Treasury reporting around the ETS risk and the cover that we hold for various financial years, and I don't think that is probably appropriate reporting.
And do you think that reporting would come through to this committee? Was that where you, through to Audit, Risk and Finance?
Through the chair, I was intending that would actually go to the joint landfill committee, because it is one of their key financial risks. So the intention that I'm working with at the moment is that will be a standard report within the landfill business unit, because it is within their delegations.
Okay, so I've just got two questions on the same item, two more questions, but if you, if it's kind of in relation to the landfill business unit and you prefer that I ask them there, and I'm happy to send them through, but I was just curious as to whether council had actually bid in the recent NZU auction and whether we'd been successful in acquiring NZU through the recent auction, given that wasn't it the first time they'd done the auction that way?
So through the chair, that's a very good question, and actually at this point in time we can't participate because our Treasury policy doesn't allow us. So that's one of the changes that's been made, is being able to participate in the auction. So, and the intention is going forward that we will participate in the ETS auctions.
Because I'm assuming that it will have greater implications in the future if we get any kind of requirements to be offsetting other emissions. It's going to have impacts. Thanks. Page 154, 30.7 risk, and it's I think in relation to the Port Nelson. And it's just talking about the risks to this investment. And the third bullet point says natural hazards and difficulty in getting full insurance coverage. So I just wondered, do you think that, or does climate change risk fall under natural hazards, or should we actually be just putting, climate change specifically as its own bullet point under risks to that investment?
So through the chair, that's entirely up to you, I think. It wouldn't probably, I would think it would be a separate bullet point if you were wanting to put that in as a risk. But it wouldn't, I don't think it would fall under the natural hazard heading. This is really in relation to the risks in relation to the insurance infrastructure.
So I think I was surprised that it wasn't in there as a bullet point. I would like to suggest that we maybe consider including it if it's possible, and also for the airport as well, just given both of their locations. For the airport, I actually put climate change risk and insurance retreat because I thought that insurance retreat was covered under the port one, but if it's actually if it's not in relation to climate change, I do wonder whether we should put climate change risk and insurance retreat as risks for both of those assets. Or do you think it's too early to be considering that?
Just a quick discussion going on. Yeah. Okay. Can we move on this, please? I'm very conscious of time.
Do you want me to keep?
So is there a request that that be added, or?
At this stage, I would have thought that natural hazards addresses the climate change risk, and perhaps it's a conversation that needs to be had more specifically with the boards to understand what their perception of that risk is before we change our Treasury investment policy. And there will be ample other opportunities to do that. And similarly, I think before we start putting words like insurance retreat, we should also be trying to understand the relevant board's view on how they are going with their insurance procurement and what steps they would be taking to address insurance retreat before we put those words in our policy. So I think it's probably a topic that we should raise the next time we have a briefing with those boards, and then consider that the next time we review this policy.
I'm happy with that. Thanks.
It makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
That makes sense. So next one is page 157, forestry. So I guess I have signalled for around about a year that I have questions around our approach to commercial forestry and whether it's really the long-term direction that Nelson City Council should be going in. So my specific questions are, is it like, if I wanted to suggest an amendment to the policy, would you prefer that done today or wait for this to come up to full council for discussion with the whole council?
I think from the perspective of this committee, this is in relation to the treasury and investment nature of the policy. This isn't necessarily for which at the moment forestry is a current council activity. So what I think we need to concentrate on from this perspective is this committee is making a recommendation to council in which the treasury and investment policy relates to the current activities of council. So if you have any suggestions that change, that impact on the investment and treasury policy relating to forestry, as to marina, as to any of the other things, but from the investment and treasury perspective, not necessarily from the should we or should we not be doing this, because at the moment this relates to activity that is currently undertaken by treasury, by council. So
that makes sense. I guess the thing is that this policy determines how we make decisions around that asset. And when I have asked questions in the last kind of 12 months around it, the response has often been that we cannot consider doing anything differently because of the Treasury management policy. So, because of this policy. So, I guess my understanding is that we're going to take a different approach to how we manage our forests, then this is the place to be modifying that.
Thank you. I understand that. However, I don't think this is the place that can do anything other than change the policy in light with the other changes. So I'll be guided by the mayor on this as to where this discussion is best to take place.
Sure. Well, I think there is, what I'm hearing from Nikki today is what she needs to do. She has some matters that she needs to get attended to because she wants to be ready to go 1 July. So she's bringing this up now. She's capturing the things that she knows have already been changed. So she's putting those in. What she's signalling is the policy will need to come back to deal with the holding company matter. And if there are any other matters that sort of are raised up through that process. But I would be interested to know what it is, because one of the issues that we have discussed in the forestry subcommittee is that, and on the advice of very clear advice of officers, is that any significant change to the way we manage our forest is going to have to be transitioned over an extended period of time, and the officers have no capacity to do to start to withdraw from commercial forestry is to prepare, they're not in a position to start that today. What they've agreed to do is in the first year of the LTP is to do some work in there, and we've got a provision set aside for, I think, $100,000 just to have a look at those matters. So that would be, they've thought about this and they've gone, well, there's a sequence that has to happen. So, but that may not be the matter that Councillor Sansom wishes to raise. I mean, I'd prefer to know what it is, even if we can't deal with it today, then at least we know that we've got to put some time aside in the future. So it'd be helpful to know.
So, sorry, where does that leave us in terms of the conversation now? You're suggesting that that we have the discussions at a different time at a different place, but does that delay the?
It would be helpful to know if it's a matter what the matter is, and then Ms. Harrison's at least got some idea of what it is she's got to think about in the context of the advice we've already received, because it may be that the answer is, well, there's already a position in play. I just don't know what the matter is. I'd like to know what the matter is. It would be helpful, even if we can't deal with it today. Then at least we've got some planning to do to address it.
Okay.
So I've sent, the same kinds of questions through on numerous occasions, and I think the last council meeting of last year, I sent them through. So what I think I'm going to do is just signal today that I'm not prepared to support the Treasury policy as it stands in relation to forestry, and I'm happy to kind of continue. I'm mindful of the time, that it's already 12:05. I'm happy to continue the discussion in an appropriate time so that we can keep on moving through.
Okay, so I'll continue on that basis. Thank you. Were there any other points that you wanted to raise on the report, Councillor Sansom, or have you?
I think no, not really.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Edgar.
Yes, sorry, just going back to 15.0. So is this clause specific to the NTRLBU, or is it council-wide, because it doesn't state? And then my second part is, it says that the GMCS approves the carbon risk management strategy, and I don't know what that is and who's preparing that. And is that a council-wide, or is that just a landfill document? Because it's sort of not clear what this relates to.
So through the chair, so this section is specific to the landfill business unit and will be replicated in their treasury management policy that's coming up to the next subcommittee. The carbon risk management strategy really is around the locking in, so as to where we are in the business cycle of locking in how we profile and use the current ETS credits that we already hold, as well as the auctioning process to deliver that kind of, to minimise that financial risk on the budgets that we were talking about earlier.
So is there anything in this clause that then we should change? Because there is I've looked again, but I cannot see the words landfill business unit in that clause anywhere. So there's nothing that tells me that this clause is specific to the landfill business unit, unless I'm missing it. And so it just reads as this is a council policy rather than this clause relates to the NTRLBU. But I'm happy to be corrected, but yeah, I can't see anything.
So through the chair, if you would like it to be noted that, I mean, because this is the only place where we are actually buying ETS credits is for the landfill. So I just wasn't going to narrow it down that much, but we can put that in there, that this is the policy in relation to the RLBU and is replicated in their individual treasury policy.
I mean, I think it would pay to be clear if that's the intention of these clauses.
Okay, so let's put that. Madam Mayor?
So I just have a question. Would you take a different approach if it was some other part of council's activities where you wanted to have access to operating the scheme? So that would be my only thing, is by being restrictive, you may, you know, I mean, would you take a different approach if it was a different activity area where there was an opportunity? And if the answer was, we'd take the same approach, then I think you're better off just leaving it open. That would be the only thing. I guess the question I have though is just, sorry, Councillor, just for, I'm trying to speed this up a little bit, but just the thing I can't find, and I've been busy Googling away here, where do I find the carbon risk management strategy? Is that what I've got on the previous page?
So through the chair, that strategy is a staff strategy, but I mean, it's part of what will be going to the NRLBU will be that. So this is lining it up to go to the NRLBU.
Yeah, okay.
At the next meeting, which I think is reasonably soon. Is it June?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
But does that strategy only relate to us or council?
Yes, I don't know. So that's the question. So I can't find anything that's called the Nelson City Council Carbon Risk Management Strategy. So it's a management strategy. Is it specific to the regional landfill? So is it documented in there? Would I find it if I went to the AMP's reference to it?
No, it's part of what we're bringing up.
Okay, it's just the source document for the methodology that you'll use. Okay.
No, I'm still confused. Sorry, I'm still confused. So the document that's going to come up, the strategy that's going to come up to the NTRLBU will be a council-wide policy or a specific NTRLBU carbon risk management strategy?
It'll be a carbon risk management strategy for the landfill.
A specific one?
Yes.
Right.
So are you requesting that that's specifically mentioned in the policy as being specific to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, and I'm trying not to drag this out truly, but it's just elements of this we're told are specific to the NTRLBU. However, elements of this are council-wide, and I don't think the wording actually lets us know which bits are specific to the NTRLBU and which bits apply council-wide. And so if the overarching clause is council-wide, then it doesn't need change. But if, you know, is there going to be a carbon risk management strategy also developed for council in addition to one developed for the NTRLBU, because then they're two different things. So the wording is not helping me understand where the line is drawn between the two.
So through the chair, I will just suggest that we change the title Emission Trading Scheme for section 15 for the NRLBU and then NTRLBU. We don't have anything else.
So anything further from yourselves?
So then if we are buying carbon credits for any other part of council, this doesn't apply then?
So through the chair, I'm not aware where we would be buying carbon credits for any other areas of council.
We decided that actually there was let's see, buying them, but registering for our registration for our Indigenous biodiversity areas. I thought we'd identified at least there were 30-something hectares sitting within that space. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure there was something there.
Through the chair, I could respond to that. So the work has been done by a consultant, and it's looking as if there won't be value in registering. So that's our early indication, but that will be coming back to a committee.
Look, I guess given the given this is a fairly given the policy direction of the government's policy direction, I would have liked to have thought we'd want to hold some tool within our, you know, that we could apply. I understand Councillor Eaker's desire to, you know, to go, where is it being applied? Well, at the moment it's being applied to the landfill business unit. But if things were to change and, you know, there was a policy setting change in the next 12 months, then at least we'd have something to get us started. If we make it specific, we've got nothing. And that to me just seems like an unnecessary restriction. Because what I'm saying is, what is the harm in having it available should there be a wider policy change?
I'm going to suggest, well, it's been suggested we adjourn for 5 minutes and try and sort this out. So meeting's adjourned.
So through the chair, at this point in time, I can't see where we'll be purchasing ETS anywhere else in council, but I think we're better not to restrict this within the title. So it will remain emission trading scheme. And then on page 166, to provide clarity to the...
Sorry, what number? What item number?
So this is still within section 15. Within, it'll basically say the GM Corporate Services is authorised to act on council's behalf as a bidder in the auction in line with this policy, and reporting will be made to the relevant committee, or reporting will be to the relevant committee. So I think this addresses a concern that I'm not going to be I won't be writing a separate strategy. I will only be acting within I will be making strategic decisions within the confines of this policy, using the minimum and maximums, but that will be reported back to the relevant committee. So I think that leaves it generic enough that it can be used both from a council context and a RLBU context.
Great, thank you. So that's good. We've got there. Mr. Murray.
Yeah, very quick question. So it's a follow-up question, not quite fully answered for me, but at 3.2 on 147 of the hard copy, it talks about the change of the debt cap from 100 to 175, and Ms Harrison answered it in terms of LGF, the local government fund, going to 200, but at the same question around whether that increased from 150% to 175%, whether we needed to do any consultation on that, or have we covered that off by the consultation in the LTP? So it was really a question, and we're raising the debt cap internally, that's our internal debt cap. Do we need to separately consult on that, or has it been covered in the LTP?
So through the chair, that was covered through the LTP, the increase in the debt cap.
Thank you. Councillor Edgar, then Councillor Sanson.
Did we, as Audit, Risk and Finance, need to consider any of the other submissions to the LTP, or were they all covered through the deliberations?
So they were, through the chair, they were all covered through the deliberations report.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, through the chair. So I had a follow-up question regarding the forestry, and at page 1, it's 157, 158, it talks about the financial benefits, and just in comparing the information there against Nelson Airport Limited, Port Nelson Limited and NELMAC, and how the financial benefits are described and itemised. I am wondering why we don't have, I guess, clearer information around how the profits from forestry might be distributed or benefit ratepayers. My understanding is that the forestry operates in a closed account, and that there is no kind of disbursement from that account as any kind of dividend from forestry to offset rates. Although I am aware that having a credit balance in that account offsets debt, but I'm just wondering whether it's appropriate for us to consider more significant benefits to the ratepayers from the forestry returns, and whether those should be listed, whether we shouldn't consider potentially a contribution towards environmental costs, or a contribution towards, trail building and that kind of thing coming out of that account. And has that discussion ever happened, and how would we have it?
So through the chair, at the moment, I mean, I think this policy is clear that it is a closed account one within the financial risk section 33.7. And if, I mean, that would be a discussion point that you would need officers' advice on, and that hasn't occurred. So at the moment, there's been no discussion around that not being a closed account. Sorry, and for clarity, through the long-term plan, it is being treated as a closed account that we've just signing out at the moment.
Sure, so any change to that would be something to be consulted through the next long-term plan, or any change to how the treatment of funds within that account, is that something that comes up through long-term plan consultation?
So through the chair, it would depend on how significant it was, but I think you're not talking about treatment of their funds within that account. You're talking about actually it not being a close. I mean, I would have to understand what we were talking about to understand if it triggered consultation.
Okay, thanks. Maybe what I'll do is send through the questions around it, and we can look at whether there's an opportunity to discuss further.
Madam Mayor, are you?
I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on the forestry AMP and the process and the treasury management policy around that. So I think the changes that were made that have been incorporated today absolutely recognise the importance of protecting environmental and recreational values. So that certainly is part of the methodology that's used for managing the forest estate. So we'd have to really think about how you would apportion costs, because you could say at the moment the forestry account has actually incurred a cost due to deferred income stream by allowing deferring harvest, significant harvest for mountain biking activities. So it's already made a contribution, in my view, significantly to recreational values. Now, if we want to go through and have a look at how we would apportion those, then that would be a bit of a process to go through, I think, for a discussion for the forestry subcommittee to see whether we could actually go through and put non-price and price attribute values across into the activity. I mean, so it is there has been a significant deferral of income to allow for mountain biking activities, and in retrospect with what's happened, it was not the smartest call, I have to say, with COVID coming up, but we weren't to know that. So that's, there is a cost associated already. But that would require quite a bit of work through, just to think about how the operations occur at the moment, where the costs lie, whether we want to externalise those sorts of costs back to the parks and activity AMPs, and whether the officers were happy to absorb those into council costs.
Which is not really a conversation for this.
No, I think it's quite a complex process. So
Thank you.
One final follow-up then. If this policy is not the place to kind of initiate those discussions, then where is? Because every step of the way in the last year, when I've been questioning why forestry operates in a closed account, I think it's got.
Sorry, I thought we'd addressed that earlier, but.
So, Mr. Chair, I think what Ms. Harrison said is, without having the information to hand, she couldn't give advice on it at the moment. So in order to look at that, she'd have to have that information to give us advice around any changes to the investment policy. And in order probably to form that view, she'd have to refer back to the officers that have responsibility for
the forestry activity to make sure and then have the consequential discussions across council. So it's not that you can't have it, it's just that you have to have it in an informed way. And I just don't think what Ms Harrison's saying is she hasn't got the information, so she can't give informed advice. But that doesn't mean that it can't come back to us at the time that the
So then picking up on Councillor Sanson's question, and I suppose I'm trying to find the chicken and the egg in this one. So do we have to defer this policy, accepting this policy, until such time as that discussion is had? If that discussion is going to be had, it's had in the right way with the right input, and we cannot proceed with this policy, because if that is a forerunner to it, but we haven't got the papers or the people for it to be as part of this policy discussion. So does it become part of a following policy discussion, or is there a separate discussion that takes place in what forum, which then reflected in this policy when it comes back, or is reflected as an amendment to this policy subsequently? I'm just trying to find out what the way forward here is.
Defer to Ms Harrison, but my view is you need to have the officer, you need to know what it is you're asking, you need to have some officer analysis, but you also have to have a mandate to commission the work that you're going to need to have that done. So you have to have both a willingness of the, where the activity lies, both to commission that work to prepare a change to the policy. And so ultimately that requires a council decision to sort of say, yes, we want you to go away and start working on that. But in order to have that conversation, you have to at least have some context prior to it, to give the officers a chance to look at it. It may be quite a simple exercise. It may not be, but I think that's the methodology. So the first is having, making sure that the officers have got the information so they can turn their mind to what would be needed to do that. And then if a councillor's got a desire to move that forward, then they'll need to get a mandate of
so what
a
triggers
council decision, because we just can't this is the, we all have things we'd like to do, even me, and I don't get to do them because I don't have a mandate for some of them, so we just have to work our way through them.
I understand that. I suppose I'm looking for what's the trigger for that mandate. Does it come by a submission to council? Does it come through forestry group? Does it come from this group, or where does it come from?
So and this is completely off the cuff, but one option would be when this goes up to the council for adoption, you could move an amendment that asks for a staff report on the pros and cons of withdrawing from forestry, which is what you want to, and then you would test a meeting to see whether there was interest in carrying out that report. It would be a big piece of work, and there would be financial implications, but that would be the way of testing the will at the meeting. Because, as I say, it will be a big piece of work, and it's not something we want to do if there isn't a reasonable interest around the table in it. That would be the way I would think that you would start it. But really, you're then talking about a year or two conversation in terms of reporting. There'll be implications for the next LTP, and it's a big piece of work that we would not be doing without a clear mandate from the council.
Thank you, Pat. That's useful. So, do you want a further final?
Yeah, that is really useful. Thanks, Pat. I think why I'm kind of, I guess, persisting with this is that if we think about the marina, it's a closed account. The activity of the marina benefits the marina users. In the same way we have forestry. Forestry is a closed account, but what is the benefit to ratepayers of that? Because there's no financial benefit coming out of that account to ratepayers. So I just think it's really important that, given there are other costs of it's just important to really understand that. And I did try to bring this conversation.
So we now have a way forward on that, which is that if this goes through to council, then there is a mechanism at council for that to raise, to test the appetite at council to see if there is any change for additional work to be done at that point.
So I think may have already had that conversation, and we've gone through that process, and the officer advice has been, you can't you can't turn it, it's a big piece of work to even look at this, which is why we put a provision aside in year one, and it's not something you can turn the tap off. It's actually, you know, the costs of transferring land from commercial forestry to another use are quite extensive and have to happen over time. But the part that I think is a legitimate call, what I thought I was hearing from Councillor Sanson was the issue around recreational, the distribution to a public distribution around recreation and environmental benefits. That's the part that I thought that was the issue that I heard before. And I've gone, okay, if that's what wants to get asked, then absolutely that's something that you could ask that question about around that issue. The other one, I mean, you can still ask it again, but I think that's already been through its process. So it's already been answered.
If so, then that will be an outcome of that meeting and of that process. So I think we will proceed then to move down that path and that process. So that says, let's get this policy to council. Are there any other changes to this policy? Any other discussions around this? So I think what we need to do is receive the report and recommend to council that with the changes arising from this as amended, that council adopts the Treasury Management Policy, and those discussions can then go forward to that point. Sorry.
Just can we take it in parts? Because I'm happy to receive it, but I'm not going to adopt it.
Yes, we can take it in part. Would somebody move that we receive the report?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll have as amended as well.
Yeah, so we're just taking in part, receive the report, moved by Councillor Sanson, seconded by Councillor Edgar. And now the recommendation to council that as amended, council adopts the Treasury Management Policy. The first one. Sorry? Oh, I didn't put the first one, sorry. Is that all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Susan. And that, as amended, that could I have a mover that be adopted? Well, be recommended. Somebody move that. Mr. Murray, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Any further discussion? All those in favour say aye. 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 Against?
Against.
Thank you.
Nay, thanks.
So the motion is carried, not unanimous. So thank you. And we move on now to item 13, service delivery reviews. And look to Mr. Gordon, I assume.
Power Gordon, yes.
Power Gordon, right, thank you. And Mark, hello. So any updates or changes to the paper as presented? Before I open it up for questions.
Through the chair, yes, there is one minor amendment to point 4.15, which is the tally up of the table at the bottom. The numbers are out by one. It should read 41 activity reviews required at the $100,000 threshold and 26 required at the $500,000 threshold.
Thank you. So questions, Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering if you could tell me why you chose a 500,000 threshold. It's a reasonably sized sort of quantum leap from 100. Why didn't you look at, you know, a 250 or a 300 or, you know, it's 1 to 500 seems really big. Did you look at other ones before bringing this report?
So the $500,000 threshold was the analysis that I did based on that table and where those different things would lie. So I didn't look at the $250,000 threshold thinking that there is only 15 within that band and the reduction in work required from staffing resources wouldn't be significant.
Can I just clarify while you're talking about it, at the moment, the 100,000 is a per annum figure? Or is 100,000 the total cost of contract, which is referred to in 4.14?
At the moment, the $100,000 threshold for the activity review is a per annum figure, but for the contracts, there was no specifics given when council made that resolution previously. So this is to clarify that that's a per annum figure.
Can you give us an example or give us some indication, Gordon, of what this will actually mean practically? Give us some examples of what are the contracts that which would currently be subject to this, but would otherwise not be? Just because it's hard to know what the actual impact of this is, other than on the workload. But in terms of the I suppose the risk avoidance and the process assurance around this, which is what this committee is interested in. What's the impact, I suppose, from a risk perspective? Are there organisations at the moment that are currently contracted that would be captured by the $100 threshold, will no longer be captured by the $500 threshold, and they are significant contributors to what activities we undertake, i.e. ones that have major implications for the organisation, for public perception, etc. Because quite often a review of a contract, it isn't necessarily just about the value of the contract. It can be about the efficacy of the contract, about the desires for improvement in the contract. And if you're not reviewing these through a Section 17A, then there's a much more likelihood of automatic renewals, in my experience, that sort of say, oh, well, we've always done this one. So I'm just worried that we might miss an opportunity to review something that should be reviewed as a consequence of it, not just through the financial side of it, performance or issues like that.
So through the chair, based on what's currently in the new contract management system, a number of the contracts that wouldn't be captured at the $500,000 threshold, but would at a $100,000 threshold, are some IT services and some planning services and things along those lines. I would point out that we still have the procurement contract and tenders process, which is another avenue for which you can review those contracts as well. That it isn't just the Section 17A review, which that happens at.
Councillor Edgar.
Sorry, can you just explain to me the difference or the table on page 190, 4.15? Because at 4.15, you've got, that there was 41 activity reviews required at 100,000, 26 at the 500,000. And then you've got a list. So are these just some selected areas, or what's the difference? Because there's not 41 listed in the 100,000 threshold, but you've noted above that there are 41 required at the 100,000 threshold. Can you tell me what makes up this list and what got in it and why?
So the 41 at 100,000 is adding those three different boxes together. So it's adding the 15 at 100,000 plus the additional 4 at 500 plus the 22 at 1 million, and that together is 41.
Oh, okay. So it's not, okay, it's required if we have because it sort of says at the 100,000 threshold, which to me says at that's how many you have. Okay, so if we have it. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gareth, just give us a quick idea. So administration of grants what is that one? Can you give us a sense of that? Which grants we're talking about? Is that our community investment fund grants, or is it, there's lots of grants that we. Apologies, I should have done a better job of that. It's probably sitting in here. No, it's not.
Yes, the activities under community services.
So it's community services. So it's the community investment fund, community events fund, all those sorts of activities.
Yes.
All right. And then we've got cemeteries and crematorium separated. If they're put together, do they add to more than 100? Or more than 500? I mean, sorry. Oh, no, they won't.
So based on the first round of review, adding them together, it still doesn't add up to that $500,000 threshold. However, following the adoption of the long-term plan,
they could do. All right, civil defence emergency management. So presumably that's captured in that. That's our EOC operations, etc. So okay, which is unlikely to change. Commercial property portfolio. What's kind of what is that? Because is that our property services, or how are we establishing a?
Through the chair, that's the internal cost for running our commercial portfolio.
Oh, okay. So what we're saying is that we're going to run that internally and contract and services where we need them, rather than send the whole thing out to a commercial property company to run for us. Okay, cool, got that. Now, community facilities and management. What's that one?
Through the chair, that's the same as the other one. So that's the internal cost for us running the commercial facilities, which are things such as the Trafalgar Centre.
Okay.
For example. Yeah.
And all of our sports, our community halls, etc., and those sorts of things. Okay, so that is quite a significant contract that has been discussed multiple times at a governance level. The rest of them I can probably suss out what they are. So I guess I'm just probably back to Mr. Chair. I'm not prepared to support that on the basis that there are some in there that I know are really topical and are currently the subject of some, cemeteries, crematoria, marina. I noticed that 4116, it's noticed that's like to go across motor camps, swimming pools. So if I was to take swimming pools and community facilities management together, I suspect it's the same company that operates those, and I don't know whether that would tip us over 500. Although if they're an internal cost. So I think there's so look, sorry, there's just, I understand what the officer's trying to do. I'm really supportive of trying to get their workload down, but actually I think there are some in that mix that have definitely got the interest of the governance arm of council.
So through the chair, the committee can still support the higher dollar threshold, but if there were particular activities that you wanted to add on to that threshold, that is an option as well.
Clarify, Mr. Chair, so is there no other way to avoid a Section 17A service level review for administration of grants other than us to get it out of this table? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, through the chair. So what we're doing is we're following the Local Government Act requirements to undertake those reviews on our services and our contracts. I will add that, there are most of the reviews and the changes that council makes to its activities tend to revolve around specific direction to officers to undertake those reviews. So it's an unfortunate piece of legislation in this respect that councils already have other processes for reviewing how services are delivered, and of course the activity management plans cover the quality of services. We're not aware of any changes to how services are undertaken as a result of 17A reviews. possibly the decision by council as part of the LTP deliberations meeting on the 17A review for the governance of the marina will be an exception. But for all other 17A reviews, they have in the past tended not to actually result in changes. The changes, just to sort of reiterate, to how we deliver services tend to be direct instructions from council or committees to undertake a particular type of review and report back.
Good.
Yes, if I can just go to clause 4.3, where it refers to the legislation, and 17.3b talks about a local authority is not required to undertake the review if it is satisfied that the potential benefits do not justify the cost of the review. So is that lens, so if I go to administration of grants, for example, I mean, if I look at the list in the 100,000, I mean, I don't know what eco-design service and heritage actually means, sorry, but there's some of them where, you know, I would think that an analysis would say, okay, we, you know, under 17.3b, we don't need to do a full 17a, but there would be some where you'd go, you know, marina, cemeteries, swimming pools, where you actually, no, there's a potential benefit of doing it. So does not that 17.3b enable, I guess, the weeding out of the ones on that 100k list? I mean, you know, I would have suspected, you know, probably half of them would actually drop off using that criteria in the legislation.
Thank you. Through the chair, that is the reason for the setting the threshold at 500,000. That's what officers believe is that level of which that exemption will apply. So this report makes that an automatic analysis rather than officers having to make that analysis every time we undertake a review every 6 years.
Sorry, if I just follow up on that. But if I think of significance in general, within that 100k list, I would think there are some services that actually either demand a review or need a review, and value isn't, you know, just like our significance policy, you know, value isn't the only metric we use. You know, that was sort of, you know, when some councils put that in, it was a bit of a blunt tool. And, you know, we go, well, actually, there's also public interest and other areas that determine, you know, what's significant. And I would have thought the same would sort of apply to this, where rather than having a blunt financial threshold, you could use that clause to go, you know, where's the balance between governance interest, community interest, and financial, rather than just having a blunt singular financial metric?
Yeah, through the chair, that would be the other way of doing it. You know, certainly on a $100,000 contract, you know, would there be a or service, you know, could you make a 5% savings, and how much time would that take? You know, there wouldn't be the benefit there. The advantage in, you know, what we're doing here is rather than having officers assess, okay, that activity, look, we don't think that there's a significant savings there, we won't do it. By sort of bringing it through with the threshold, it's sort of increasing the transparency, you know, through to the elected members on what reviews we will be undertaking.
So just to be absolutely clear on this, the Act doesn't require that there is a financial threshold of any sort. The financial threshold is a measure that we have applied as a cut-off point. And I think that's correct. Yeah.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So I think what we're seeing now is that as a blunt tool, it works at a low level. There's considerable misgiving about it working at a higher level, I think is what's coming through. And so therefore, it doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite to move straight to the upper level. And maybe there needs, if the financial constraint are such that we need something other than a financial yardstick to measure by, then I wonder if in fact we need to ask you to come back with a different report that is looking at what other options of this for this may be. We're not going to solve that here, but look at it from a perspective of how that might happen, recognizing the workload issues for staff. But so can I just test the meeting as to whether that's something we would prefer to see? Madam Mayor.
Mr. Chair, I think so. And I think one of the problems we've got is that Section 17A is a hangover from the previous version of the purpose of the Local Government Act. And so when the purpose of the Local Government Act was amended around wellbeing, the language that you see in 17A is to some extent the language that you used to see in the previous purpose of the Act. And so what it's not doing is looking at that broader wellbeing outcome. And I think that's kind of where we're heading on this discussion. So to me, this is one of those bits of the Act that probably needs to do a catch up. It's probably, is I think brought in for us. It swings from memory, and I could be wrong on this, but I think given it's got a large A alongside it, I think it might go back to the time that the purpose of the Act was amended. Before it was put back to being, before it was pulled back to wellbeing.
Yes, through the chair, that is quite correct. It was sort of a handbrake put on local government when our powers were considered to be broadened. So through the chair, is the suggestion that we bring back a report having perhaps discussed the activities with the chairs and do it by just a list rather than dollar amounts?
Yes, I think, not necessarily using our significance and engagement policy, but I think that might provide some guidance. I think something along those lines that's a bit more nuanced would be, a good way to do it, rather than a hard and fast line.
Okay, so I think that's it. So can somebody help me with the procedure here? Do we receive the report but then request that a different report come through, or do we just not receive the report? Just not receive it? Yeah. So, but you'll come back with a subsequent report that clarifies those concerns and points. Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll go to item 14, the quarterly report. The corporate finance report. Oh, sorry, Claire's there. Updates.
So through the chair, no updates. So I'll take the report as read, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. So open it up for questions. Any questions on? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the chair. I just feel bad if I don't have a question. I've got a question.
You nearly got away with it.
No, this is an important question. Page 196, under the first row in the table, transport. And I'm just wondering, how are we capturing and reporting on pedestrian and cyclist accidents and near misses? But, given that the performance measure is, looking at what council will provide in the performance measures, it seems that it's very much focused on cars, maybe, is my,
or where it says there have been 14 crashes to the end of March 2021, does it include, pedestrian and cyclist accidents, or is it just vehicle crashes? And if it doesn't include pedestrians and cyclists, how are we capturing that, and how are we capturing near misses?
So through the chair, I don't have that information to hand, unfortunately. Alec was here.
Perhaps I can have a crack. So I think it's police crash statistics. So if someone falls off a bike or gets knocked off a bike and doesn't tell the police, then it doesn't show on our stats. But in that it's reporting serious injury and crashes, the police do know about them. So that's where I think that's where we get our stats from, and it's a compulsory measure imposed by DIA. So it's a measure that all councils are required to report on.
Thanks, Pat. So do you think that there's an opportunity to strengthen our reporting in terms of if we're trying to deliver a safe transport network, that we're also looking to include reporting in this part of our quarterly report on, cycle and pedestrian. Look, I'm just, because we had an issue come up maybe a month ago where a student had been hit near Nayland College. They went to hospital, but of course there's no, staff person had to take them to hospital, but of course there's no police report necessarily done on it. And so there's just it identified a gap. And so when I saw this come up, I just wanted to know, are we really capturing and reporting on that so that this table is aware of the risks around our network and how we are tracking on meeting our goal of providing a safe road network and the metrics that we've got.
So through the chair, this is a performance measure from the current LTP, and it's not about a risk reporting tool. This is really just reporting back against that performance measure, and the only credible data we've got is from those police reports.
I mean, I think the problem with reporting anything like that is you have to have access to the source of information on it. It's probably impractical for council to try and set up a data collection aspect of what's happening on school grounds and those kind of things. But
so just one further comment is that council does have a mechanism like 0800 cycle crash, which I think is a collaboration between council and NZTA, captures that data.
I think the police crash statistics will be more reliable for fatality and serious injury crashes than an 0800 number. And what's more, we've got no guarantee that everyone has called that number either. And as Nikki says, this is the measure that was adopted in the last LTP, and I think we've just been through a whole process of reviewing those measures through the AMPs, and they're about to be incorporated in the new LTP when it's formally adopted by council. So, and I know that measure is still there and is still going to be measured and reported in the same way.
okay. Councillor Ika, you had your hand up?
It was possibly more of a comment because I do agree with Councillor Sanson's comments, and was just going to note that we need to raise this at infrastructure when the AMP comes up, because I do know council does promote the 0800 cycle crash, but I think that there's avenues we could do more. Even having brochures in the medical centres or things like that. I know when my son was knocked off his bike, of course, the last thing you think of is phoning some random 0800 number you think are going to the doctor and things like that. And so there's ways we could promote it that are actually probably front of mind by having things at the A&Es or medical centres. But yeah, we will raise that infrastructure when we look at the AMP.
Okay, thank you. So there's an opportunity for it there. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, would somebody move that the Audit, Risk and Finance Subcommittee receives the quarterly finance report? Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Ms. Knox. Could somebody move that we go into confidential, please? Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Thank you, Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye.